if it's for some reason it's not doesn't make sense what I'm talking about, or the screen doesn't change, let me know
Yeah.
because
I'll let you know.
I went off on a pretty good little tangent last time, and come to find out no one was looking at what I was talking about, and so it probably didn't make any sense, but that's okay. Um, do you want me to wait on Jason and Contessa?
Yeah,
Joe, or
I started the recording, but they should be coming in here any second. And I'm texting Serena.
and see, and I think I tried to put in the notes, that if you're East Coast, it'd be 11 their y'all time, 10 mine. Because we'll have to figure out the time zone thing, because it asks you what time zone, but I've done trainings where there's people all over the place, and you'd think it would adjust, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
It should still tell what time zone it is, and then people should be able to. I mean, it's a hassle a little bit for some people, I guess, but they should still be able to figure out what time that should be in their time zone.
Can everybody still hear me pretty good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Put my headphones in, my speakers on its last leg, I think.
They're in the other meeting, so I'm trying to get them to come to the other go to the other one.
Hey, this is why we give a little bit of time for technical issues in the beginning. And Kylie, just so you know, this is a fairly long training. We're going to take, a little lunch break or whatever. We'll take, 15 minutes here and there, not necessarily a lunch. We'll try to get through it as fast as we can. It's a lot of information, so and I can share this training with you. So it's something, it's a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like if it doesn't all register, don't freak out or don't worry about it, because I can go back over it with you later, or Joe can. It's just to give you the good basic rundown, and we don't expect you to, there's not like a test or anything.
No, it works.
Yeah, I'm really good at asking questions too, so
good.
Throughout the time, if I have questions, I'll let you guys know too.
Sure, because it's important to ask questions and be familiar with, or at least understand what we're saying, so you're not just completely lost. Most of it's pretty basic. The interchange, we'll get into that. You don't need to know all of it. It's just basically for your information. And I'll be honest with you, Joe's been through wholesale, training. It's another company that we've worked with. By the time you get out of this training, you'll know way more than the majority of people that are in this industry.
Yeah, most of the time they kind of give you a very boilerplate, don't even really give you much understanding about the industry. And most companies just want you to get out there selling.
Yeah.
And it's, when you don't know much, it's very hard to sell it.
Yeah, I've worked for a company that I didn't know hardly anything about the industry, and it was a lot. It ended up not working out because the training wasn't well done, but they did admit fault to that, and they ended up letting a lot of their remote workers go. Me and Jazz were two of them. Okay. So this isn't first rodeo for this sort of industry, but second rodeo for online training for an industry that I don't know much about.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to get you trained up.
Yeah, and the good thing is like I got your number today, and I'll probably touch base with you afterwards. But I'm going to be there to help coach every step of the way. Anytime you go in and talk to someone, you got problems or issues, feel free to call me. I'll be available to kind of be that support staff, to where anytime even if you run into this guy was talking about something, I didn't know what he was saying, just call me. If I don't know it, I'll talk. We'll get Blake on the phone, but normally I can probably answer any question that you're running into out in the field.
Okay, sounds good.
So,
yeah, we're here for you. That's one kind of misconception, I think, in the sales world is, well, I guess maybe not misconception in the sales world, but just so, we work basically in a way for you, we're trying, not work, whatever, you know what I mean? We're here to help you, and that's our job, is to help you with your day to day and talking to people. There's many agents that I've had that just get me on, if they didn't know the answer or something, they would just get me on the phone with the merchant.
Okay.
So, and that's fine to do. A merchant, I promise, a merchant would rather you say, you know what, I don't know the answer to that question. Let me get my manager on the phone and he'll answer it for you. Than just tell them something crazy and it's not right or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I promise.
Yeah. And there's some companies that are structured in the way that they want you, to go in, you start talking to the merchant, then you call your manager and they try to sell it for you. And what I hated about that, I was with a company way previously that did that. And what sucked about that is if they made the merchant mad, then you're the one standing there, representing the company, and they're like arguing with the merchant, and it's like, and then they're mad, and it's not at you, but they're mad. So you're just like, what? Like, what? Don't kill the messenger, but
yeah,
you're the one standing there. So that's not how we do it. And some of those guys, they're like try to be high pressure sales guys while you're standing there on the phone. Oh my gosh, good grief. It doesn't work.
I'm waiting for them to get in here. They were in the round one, and then he wasn't seeing the email, so I'm waiting on that because I know they just went out. So. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to jump off, and then I'll probably jump on after one or so. Whenever we're done with our demo.
And as soon as I guess they'll be getting on here pretty quick, and then we'll.
I sure hope so.
When will we have functional emails or email?
We'll get those set up. I've got the paperwork turned in, so they should be setting all that stuff up today.
Okay, sometime by next week.
I'd say by next week, by Monday for sure. And I'll show you some, the portal that we use that shows everything. Like when you turn in a deal, it's really where you want to go to see if anything's pended, why it was. Now, one good thing about over here is the girls that are in the office are very good at reaching out, letting you know anything, your email. You'd definitely be checking it throughout the day once you get going, because anything they're really good about sending stuff to the email, like, hey, this voided check didn't come through, or whatever it is, they'll email you promptly and help you get everything fixed. So we try to make everything as seamless as possible, and for you to just be selling. If it's something we can handle on our end, then we do it for you. If it's, but you do have that relationship with the merchant. So if it's, say we need another copy of the statement for various reasons, then they'll reach out to you just to kind of keep that relationship, because you are the sales agent for that merchant, right? And we want them to think that you're the one on top of things. Which you will be, but you're their go-to person in majority of cases. And it's funny, for customer service, all you really do is call tech support. And once you get comfortable enough, you can tell merchants, hey, here's tech support's number. If you need anything, or if anything happens with the machine, call them first, and then you can call me, because basically I'm just going to call them anyway. So you can just cut you out, you give them tech support's number, and any merchant that has merchant services or done credit cards, they understand that they've been through this. So right. They'll probably not just ask you, well, what's tech support's number? And you give them that, and you might not ever hear from them again. And that's the goal, to be honest with you, other than something good. but you know, if they're calling you, it's majority of the time if it's something's, you know, it's gone awry, I guess. But and forgive my redneck slang as well. I really am. I'm from a city. No, but, I know it's a little thick West Texas accent. Well, Joe, I mean, I might go ahead and get going. That way we're not, um, you know, on here till 3 or 4. And I don't know if Joe's on here anymore, but we'll hear them come on. So, Kylie, we'll just go ahead and get going. And I think Serena is on. So here we go. So the process easy. This is just sort of it's a term that we're kind of branding as far as a cash discount. Process easy or cash discount is basically the same thing. And that's the pricing structure that we have developed, but we are using to entice these merchants to switch over to us. And we'll get into that. So, but Priority Payment System South, I mean, this is the mother company. They are a office for priority payment systems. Now, it gets kind of complicated, but in a nutshell, it's almost like Amazon in a way. So, you know, we go through Amazon, but we're selling our products. We can give the same rates as any other company out there. There's a big misconception in this world where if you're a direct processor, and I'll go over that in a little bit, but the direct processors use the same rating systems we do. All of credit card processing can use the exact same pricing structure. What it boils down to is who's the greediest, who wants the most money. Because cost is still cost, and it doesn't matter who you are. Walmart or Joe's Taco Hut down the street still have to pay the same cost.
Right.
So, and that's where it can get complicated, and I'll try to keep it less. I've been doing it 17 years, so some things that seem common sense to me are not to everybody else. But I've gotten pretty good at keeping things simple. The priority payment system, it gives us a couple of different things. We are able to write through different processors. And when I say processors, I'm talking about the computer systems that actually do the processing.
Okay.
So think of when I say, you know, credit card processing, like the processor, we're talking about about a football field size building that has nothing but servers in it. And they're the ones that's where the actual transactions are being processed. And I mean, we're talking millions of seconds. I mean, if you think about all over the nation, how many credit cards are going through every single, you know, second. I mean, people are swapping cards left and right. So it takes these huge buildings with all these servers, and it's impressive. I mean, it's way out of my technical realm, but it's pretty crazy. And we're talking like $1 billion systems. It takes a lot of money, I'm sure, to get these things together and networked and blah blah blah. But using Priority, we can actually go through a couple different processors, a couple different of those, you know, 2 different, really 3 actually, of those computer systems. We've got First Data, which is a huge company. They actually process all over the world. They are the ones that we'll be using for Clover POS systems, and we'll get into that in a little bit. You've got TSYS, which is another big computer system. They give us certain abilities, and basically each processor gives us different advantages to get merchants that have specific needs. And again, we'll get in more into that. Define is another processor. They, like I said, they're, you know, created with one vision, emerged mindset, new technology. They are a little bit more, you know, they're going to be more, I think they're going to kind of get into the Bitcoin type stuff whenever that happens, which everybody will evolve, but they're a little bit ahead of the game. So we haven't really run into that much, but it's going to happen. So they're very technically advanced, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
So our mission is, we believe that there are two customers in the bank card processing: our account executives, you, and the merchants. We want to try to support both of y'all, the best of our ability. It's very important that you're taken care of both financially, and you have the support. And like you said, with that other company, you didn't really have, support, didn't really quite know what you were selling. Here we're going to, like I said, you can call us anytime. Doesn't matter. I mean, I get calls 8 or 9 o'clock at night sometimes if a customer's terminal went down or something like that. I mean, it's like I'm always on call, which I don't mind. I mean, it's my job. I signed up for it. Can't complain. So don't be afraid to call us at any time. You never know when you're going to run into somebody that might be interested in that. And if they have a question you need to answer, give us a call. And if I'm available, I'll definitely answer. So don't seriously, like, don't be afraid to call, because I really do get calls at crazy times sometimes. So what is merchant services? And I think I've kind of made this to try to answer some basic questions that a lot of people that are new to the industry don't quite understand. Merchant services refers to the range of financial services that enable businesses to accept and process credit cards and debit transactions. Now, it isn't just credit card processing. There's payments processing, your point of sale, which is going to be any credit card terminal is considered, and you've seen them next to registers in businesses where they swipe your card through. That's going to be considered a point of sale terminal, which ranges from the computer screens, that do the inventory tracking and all that, to your regular just standalone machines. Your payment gateways, that's going to be anything online. So anybody that has an online business, they want a shopping cart, we can provide that.
Okay.
Then, so we do the merchant accounts, which is where we set new businesses up to accept credit cards, provide the machine so they can do that, or the gateway. And even if they're existing credit card processing, they already have a processor, we still can sign them up, basically because we're cheaper and we're better. Fraud prevention, this is huge in the industry. Everything in credit card processing is revolved around risk and fraud, basically. That's the reason why there's rates and fees, because there's so much fraud and so many chargebacks. You probably, at some point in your life, you probably had your credit card stolen or something, or you've seen charges that you didn't make and you had to call your bank and say, hey, what is this? Yep, that happens. I mean, it is insane. So back in the days when these machines were just hooked up to phone lines, it was really easy for somebody that knew what they were doing to set up a dialer where it would just call these phone numbers, and when it hit a credit card machine, they could actually hack into that machine and download all the credit card numbers from it. I don't know if you remember Target, about maybe 10 years ago or something. Target had a huge data breach right around Christmas. I think it was like Black Friday. They had a huge data breach. It was the largest actually in this industry. And I think like 40 million credit card numbers were stolen. And what they do is, they recreate cards with those. They have your number, they have everything they need to recreate a card and use it either online, which most of them do it online because you're never there in person. So, that's the biggest issue in this industry, and why there's so much cost is because there's so much fraud that goes on. I'm sure. Yeah. So both T6 First Data and Define, all three of them, they spend tons of money every year trying to keep up to date with, data cybersecurity and just everything like that. They're constantly updating, just because the world is constantly evolving and all that good stuff. Then you got your reporting and analytics. There's ways that we can tell, the age ranges of merchants that we have, all kinds of different reporting. They probably just sell it to Google or Facebook or whoever or whatever. You know, I don't know what they. I really don't know what they do, but that's a big part of this as well, is that we can tell businesses even what kind of what their customer base is, age ranges, things like that.
Okay.
So that's kind of pretty cool.
Yeah.
Very technical. Now, the benefits of merchant services, of course, nowadays, I mean, the obvious ones, you can't really be in business if you don't take credit cards. I mean, do you know? I mean, I don't even know really any businesses that don't take credit cards anymore. When I first started this, I used to run into some, and every single one of them has evolved into taking credit cards. So it's, I mean, almost a happy situation if you're going to be successful nowadays. With our, go ahead, say that again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say that even I have to, like, I'm a very, very small business. I don't even know if you can call myself a business. But I go to vendor shows, and at first I only did cash only, but I had to get Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. That's where a lot of my sales come from.
I mean, you have to. I mean, it's just nobody uses cash anymore because really, I mean, in all honesty, they've made it almost more of an inconvenience to use cash.
Yeah.
Yes, it started with checks. People used to still write checks at the grocery store and stuff. You never see that anymore. It is it's really rare that you see even the old man up there, you're waiting on forever to write a check. And that doesn't happen. I mean, I can't remember the last time I was in a grocery store and had to wait on somebody to write a check.
I feel silly when I have to use a check.
Most people, I mean, and here's the thing. So they cut people out to where now you have to pay for it. If you want your own personal checks, you have to pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
They've made it harder to get checks. I mean, once you're a business and you're paying vendors and things like that, checks are almost a thing of the past. It really, I mean, it's a dying thing. And then that's what they're doing to cash. I mean, they're making it almost an inconvenience to use cash. And it's because, and here's the reason why, is the banks, the issuing banks, so whoever issued you, and I might be getting a little ahead of myself or whatever, the issuing bank, so whatever bank issues you that credit card. Mm-hmm. So, whoever you bank with gives you a credit card or debit card. They're the ones that make, and I'll break this down in a little bit, they're the ones that make the majority of the money in this. So they obviously want you to swipe that card. That's why most banks, you lose your card or something. I mean, your bigger banks, bam, you walk in, they can hand you a replacement right there.
Mm-hmm.
Some places, you have to order it and things like that. But majority of banks, boy, they just give you a card because every time you swipe it, they're making money.
Mm-hmm.
So they want you swiping those cards, and they're not making money on checks. I did on an old training. The average check touches, I think it was 16 people's hands before it's actually deposited into the bank. So you write it at, Walmart or something. There would be on average around 16 different people before it finally got to the destination to where it was being deposited.
Wow.
That's a lot of people. I mean, it was a crazy number. And you wouldn't think it would be that many, but I mean, if you kind of think of where it has to go, it goes from the cashier to probably the manager. The manager's got to send it over to somebody where you got two people doing that. I mean, it adds up fast. And there's a lot of risk, people losing that check or whatever. With credit cards, bam, you swipe it, you have the money, it gets deposited. So a lot easier. And that would be kind of streamlined operations. Enhanced security. I would love to say that it's just so much safer to use a credit card, but I mean, you see all the time these people using skimmers at gas stations and things like that. Best advice I can give to anybody is use the PayPass if you can. If you can just touch the screen, and maybe even enter your PIN, maybe not. But if you can use that, you'll never have to worry about getting your cards skimmed. You know what those are?
I mean, I wouldn't know what they look like, but I know the idea
what they do. Okay.
Yeah,
So
Jazz actually has a wallet that is, I don't know if it actually works, but it's supposed to stop that from happening if, I don't know.
yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. So, like in your bigger cities, New York, places where people are walking all over the place, there are people that have those devices that they can just stand next to you.
Mhm.
And if your card's not protected, they can get your information,
Yeah.
which is insane. That's nuts, but I mean, there are devices that you can do that. So, I mean, if you can use the PayPass and you do have a wallet, my wallet's like that. Again, I'm not 100% sure if it works or not, but I haven't had any problems lately, so that's it. And then you got your reporting and analytics. Um, again, we've kind of talked about that already, but the reporting is nice for you as well. You can get on your online banking, see what you spent, see how much money you have. If you got a bunch of cash, you have to sit there and count it and all that. And so it's just a little bit faster. Access to financing. So, you're using a credit card, you're building your credit. It helps you with your credit, basically. Overall, merchant services enable business to provide a convenient and secure payment experience for the customers while streamlining operations, enhancing managed financial management capabilities. So that's kind of sums everything up. Why is it important? In this day and age, it's essential for a business to be able to accept credit and debit cards. Cash and checks are almost a thing of the past. Obviously, it's a convenience for the customers and for the business for them to get their money fast. Now, to pay easy, like I said, cash discounting or pay easy is about the same thing. What is cash discounting? When a customer makes a purchase and chooses to use cash, the customer then receives a discount for paying cash. And I've had this a few times in this training, just to repetition. I mean, that's what you want to know this, because that's our main goal. And most of the time, I just put like a little simple signage here. A lot of time, well, number one, it's a law, but you have to have it posted at the business, either by the register and at the front doors. Supposed to be the rules. So most businesses that are doing a cash discount program, well, actually every business is supposed to do it, but not everybody does. Again, if the customer chooses to use plastic, and I say plastic because it doesn't matter if it's a debit card, credit card, gift card, whatever kind of card, there's fees that merchant has to pay, so they'll pass them on. The amount depends and varies on state and regulatory requirements. That's the beauty of the cash discount, is that we're not surcharging. So surcharging is different than cash discounting in the sense that in surcharging, you add an additional fee or percentage to the total transaction amount when the customer pays with a credit card, debit card, or anything. They're adding those fees on. The main difference between surcharging and cash discounting is that whenever you're doing a cash discount program, the customer is rewarded by a discounted price. So it's going to be cheaper, obviously, if you use a credit card or you use cash than it is a credit card. All items are supposed to be posted as a cash price, and then the fee is assessed if you use a credit card. So, and actually, I'm going to go do this first before we go to the equipment stuff. Again, now there's different pricing models, and this is what we're charging the merchant. So, you'll walk in and you might hear a merchant say, "Oh, I'm already at 1%." Well, what they're talking about is the cost plus side of things, where they're at cost plus 1%. The tiered pricing, I don't really go over this much. You very rarely see tiered pricing anymore. It's a rare thing. You don't really see it. I'm going to give you some examples here in a second on on cost plus versus tiered, but these are just kind of the definitions. Tiered pricing is another common pricing model used in merchant services to determine how fees are assessed for processing payments. Under this model, transactions are grouped into different tiers or categories, each with its own corresponding fee and structure. I'm going to show you an example, so bear with me a second. Cost plus, so these are in qualified, mid, non. Again, I've got a good example in a second. Cost plus pricing. Cost plus is when, this is a great actually definition. Cost plus pricing is a method used in merchant services to determine the pricing structure for payment processing. It involves charging the merchant the actual cost to process a transaction, known as the interchange fee. Interchange, just so you know, is pure, that's from Visa and MasterCard. I'm going to show you again in just a second. Along with a fixed markup margin, the markup is going to be the plus. So interchange plus, cost plus. The interchange fee is the fee that the merchant's bank, also known as the acquiring bank, pays to the customer's bank, which is the issuing bank, for processing the payment. And I know that sounds like a little bit complicated, but basically the merchant, whoever they're with, if they bank with Chase and you bank with Bank of America, you go use your card at the merchant that banks with Chase. Chase is basically paying Bank of America for you using that card in the business. If that doesn't confuse you. That's the way that it works. I mean, they're paying for you to use your card, which is, it's actually kind of nuts. I mean, it's like you said, you go to vendors and stuff. I mean, basically you're having to pay people to get your own money for selling your products. It's it's wild. The cost plus pricing, the merchant pays the interchange fee set by the card networks, such as Visa, MasterCard, or Discover, and then add the fixed up margin on top of that cost, and that's the plus. This markup covers the expense and profits for the payment processor, us, or merchant service provider, again, us. The advantage to cost plus is that it provides transparency to the merchant, and they can see the actual cost of processing each transaction. This method allows the merchant to separate the cost of payment processing service from other fees, making it easier to compare and understand pricing from different providers. Again, I'm going to show you an example in a second. The dual pricing cash discount, merchant we pass 3.5% on to the customer if they choose to pay with the card. It's very simple. Then if the customer decides to pay with cash, they don't get a fee. Hence offering a cash discount. Pay with cash, no fee. Pay with card, 3.5% extra. But the benefit to the merchant is the merchant no longer pays fee. Whoops, I forgot to change slide. There you go. So the reason for businesses, it's zero processing fees. They're used to having to pay fees like you and everybody else for taking credit cards. These range anywhere from 3 to 5%. I've seen statements of people paying like 8-9% on their credit cards processing, which is nuts. 9% of your profit goes to somebody else just for taking cards. That's way too high. Most merchants are already doing this. Reason 3, with our program, you can try it. If it works for you, good. Keep it. If not, we can move you back to the traditional way of pricing. This is huge in the industry. It's very profitable. Look, most merchants will profit about 1% on, which is huge. When I first started doing this, my goodness, our profit margin, we're making less than 0.5%. It's people are making way more money now than they used to. And if I'd been doing this cash discount when I first started, I'd probably not be talking to you right now because I'd be retired. But this has only been out for a few years, about 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. But I've been doing this 17. So if I had all that business that I wrote for 10 years, yeah. But hey, that's the way the world works. Now, with the profit margins being as high as they are, we have more leasing opportunities, which is leasing the equipment. And I'll get into that again later. First, I want to show you this. And this is another another PowerPoint that I've created. I'm going to show you. Okay. So cost plus pricing, and this is just to get in. I mean, are we good so far? Like, is everything, everything making sense at least so far?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And I don't want to go to, and if at any point I'm going too fast or anything, just, tell me. I am trying to get through this so we're not on the phone all day. But it's a lot of information and it's good for you to know. This is something they don't even go over with a lot of companies. So you're more educated now. Now, cost plus pricing, again, this is another slide kind of explaining it in just a different way. Interchange plus or cost plus pricing works by adding a constant flat margin on top of interchange. Again, interchange is cost. So typically, interchange plus pricing models will also be written in a two-component format with a percentage fee and a per transaction fee above cost. Let me show you. We'll just not even go anymore. I'm going to show you what that looks like. So this is an example of, remember I said tiered, how they bundle everything kind of together. Tiered is basically broken down into these categories: debit, retail, rewards, and then your corporate cards. Which, World Card is going to be kind of like a corporate card. Debit is going to be the cheapest. And again, when I said, risk and reward, how risky is the transaction is pretty much the reason why there's cost. With debit, there was a bill, and we'll go over this in a little bit, but there was a bill passed about 7-8 years ago which enabled us to do this cash discount, where they basically took all the percentage out of debit. As you can see, so debit now only costs 0.05% and 22 cents a transaction. It used to be about 1.15, and I'm actually going to give you some better. And this is the stuff that I don't want you to, don't rack your brain on it. Don't try to remember, memorize everything. These are just examples, just to know. But I'm going to show you interchange. So this is Visa's interchange. This is where this gets complicated. We're not going to spend a lot of time on it. But like it says up here, what is interchange plus? Cost for interchange plus, blah, blah, is the term used to describe the merchant account pricing model where the fixed markup is applied directly to interchange fees. There's over 400 set interchange rates. I need you to memorize all. I'm just kidding. I mean, that's not, we don't need that. So let me show you. This is just Visa. Okay. You know, this is Visa, but whoops, where'd you go? Visa? What happened? Come on. Okay, here we go. So this is just Visa. Okay, again, I'm sorry, I've repeated that 3 times. But as you can see, the Visa, can you still see the screen? Can you see the Visa consumer check card exempt?
Yep.
Okay, good. Okay. So this is debit. So this is only debit. And if you see to the right, the regulated check card present track transactions. CPS means card present swipe. You're in the business, you swipe the card, they see if your debit card, it's the least risky transaction that there is. If the money's not there, it gets declined, and then there's no reward. So, the risk, you enter your PIN, there's no risk to that. Only you should know your PIN. I don't know if you know this. If you enter your PIN on a transaction, you cannot do a chargeback. So if you enter your PIN number somewhere and you call your bank and say, hey, I didn't do that transaction, they're going to go, your PIN number was entered and you're the only one that should know that PIN. Too bad. So, that's the way it is. So don't tell your PIN to anybody. I mean, that's the whole thing, is only you're supposed to know that PIN. You either had to give it to somebody, no one just knows your PIN. unless you wrote it down or whatever. That's your fault. That's how they look at it. So, in the different categories that you've got supermarket, retail, automated, fuel dispenser, so pay at the pump, service station, small ticket. You know how McDonald's, you use your debit or credit card there, you never have to sign a receipt. That's considered small ticket debit. So in businesses that anything under $25, they can have quick serve. It's called QSR, quick serve restaurant. You never have to sign a receipt under a certain amount.
Okay.
Just so you know, yeah. So like, something like restaurants, you have to sign a receipt, but fast food places, you never have to sign anything. That's the reason why most transactions are under $25. Hotels have different interchange. All of these have different costs. And if you go through, and you can look these up, it's just Visa interchange reimbursement fees. And we're not even going to get into a whole lot, but look at all this. I mean, there's over 400 categories.
That's wild.
Yeah. And this is just Visa. There's MasterCard, American Express, Discover. You know what I mean? Like, there's every one of them has a different thing. Look at this. I mean, this thing goes on and on and on. It's a lot. So, yeah, I went through an interchange conference, and I'm telling you, there wasn't enough Red Bull on the planet to keep me awake to this thing. It was the most boring thing I've ever been through. I mean, it was just like, I love the industry and everything, but good night. There was no way I was staying awake. So then Donna's, business level 2, and I'm like, holy cow, like my ADD, this is not going to work. And yeah, I pretty much slept through most of that conference, to be honest with you. It's funny, this is a conference of nothing but salespeople. Salespeople are not your sit in a conference for 8 hours and learn interchange. This is not for them. I mean, it's funny. There's so many people that would get up and walk around and stuff. One guy went to the bathroom like 25 times, I think. I mean, he couldn't handle it. He was about like me. And it was just funny. They never did another one of those conferences again. Sure, everybody's like, yeah, great conference. Thanks. I learned nothing. But yeah, it's a lot. But just for you to know that there's basically a specific rate for almost every industry is what you should take from that. And then on like the grand scheme, the cost and all that stuff, risk and reward is how you would determine the cost for everything. How risky is that transaction? And here's how to look at it. So debit cards, like I said earlier, there's no risk involved. It's coming straight out of your bank account. If you enter your PIN, then only you know that PIN. And there's no reward points. So the risk is low, no reward. Credit cards, an actual just basic plain Jane credit card is kind of a thing of the past. Everything has reward points now. You see Capital One, 2% cash back and all that. Well, it's the merchants that pay for that cash back. Visa's not paying for it. Capital One's not paying for it. It's the merchants.
Mm-hmm.
So the reward is higher on those. When you do a key entered card, let me get back to the cost plus train. Sorry. When you do a key entered transaction, the risk is higher because you're actually not seeing that person. They're either over the phone, it's over the internet. The risk is high. Now, if you're using a rewards card that's keyed in, it's going to be obviously more expensive. But this is just the basic kind of breakdown. And look, I've still got WP out of my old company. This is an old PowerPoint. But it just kind of gives you an idea of where the money goes, how we make our money. it's just a little bit of a breakdown. So like the interchange rate, obviously that's the cost. Like we've been saying, the interchange is cost, card brand fees for what Visa and MasterCard make. And this is so Visa makes 11 basis points and 2 cents. And I don't know if you know what a basis point is, because you're going to hear this kind of quite a bit. And don't feel bad if you don't. Most people, 1 basis point is 1/100th of a cent. So 50 basis points, or a percent, sorry. So 50 basis points is 0.5%, 0.50. 100 basis points is 1%. So paid to Visa MasterCard, they make 11 basis points and 2 cents on every single transaction in the world.
Can you repeat what a basis point is again?
Yes, a basis point is 1/100th of a percent. So 50 basis points is going to be 0.50%. 100 basis points will be 1%.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm glad you asked that, because a lot of people, they try to pretend like they know. I mean, you don't really know that unless you've been. I never knew that. I mean, until I'd been in this industry. I mean, I went through accounting, finance, I have a business degree, and I didn't know what a basis point was. I mean, maybe that tells you something about my school, but whatever. Unless you've been in the financial industry, no one really knows. They don't explain to you what a basis point is, and you'll hear it. And you do hear people talking about points. In this, any kind of financial stuff, like, oh, it's 10 points. Well, they're saying that means a basis point. That would be 1/10 of a percent. So, like it says here, the paid to Visa MasterCard, they make 0.11%. You can just say 11 basis points and 2 cents a transaction. Okay. And that's why they are just, making money hand over fist. They used to be a nonprofit, and then there's no way you can be a nonprofit with as much money as they make. I don't know if you remember, Visa used to, and they still sponsor a lot of things, but they used to sponsor everything. The Olympics were sponsored by Visa, the Super Bowl, soccer, everything was. Well, it's like now they can't even give away enough money sponsoring all these things. They kind of cut back a lot. I mean, I think they've sponsored like the Olympics still and stuff like that, but it's just, it got to the point where, they're making so much money. It's just really probably insane. I bet you they're probably the most profitable business, entity, I guess is a better way to put it, than probably in the world. I don't see anybody that would do more transactions, there's just nothing. It doesn't matter. Even oil and gas doesn't even compare. It doesn't even come close. If you think about all the transactions being run every single day, every second, there's no way, Another thing, just so you know, and this is just a little information for you, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover and American Express, there's no owner of Visa. There's no owner of MasterCard. There's no, one person. They're actually a collaboration of all the banks. So all the banks get together and they decide these interchange rates. That the interchange that I just showed you, all those different rates and fees, it's all the big banks, JP Morgan or Chase, Wells Fargo,
If you keep going further up, I want to like Vanguard or someone owns that too. It just keeps going up.
Well, and here's the thing. So I'm sure that Vanguard, BlackRock, and all them. I'm sure they've got a piece of the credit card process. Well, here's the thing. They do, because here's the deal. They own the banks.
Yeah.
So it's really they actually, I guess they might be probably the top paid. But I guess specific entity, Visa, MasterCard, they've got, they're probably the most profitable. I'll have to look that up. I kind of would be interested in that. Like, I would assume, even with all the investments and everything, those companies, but those companies, like you said, BlackRock, Vanguard, they own everything anyway. So yeah, they definitely, if they own most of Visa and all that, they absolutely have the most money in the world. I mean,
Was it
there's without a doubt.
Vanguard, BlackRock, and there's one other one. I can't. It's
Clear something or clean. I mean, I can't. I know it's
they
on the tip of my
all
tongue.
own a piece of each other.
Exactly. So yeah, and then they own 88% of the top Fortune 500 companies in the world. So yeah, they own everything. You know what I mean? Like, and that's, you know, it's kind of funny. And I hope we can't go too much into this because I can talk forever. But you know,
Yeah,
like
I could too.
The whole Target thing, or like even Bud Light. You know, I mean, like everybody's trying to boycott Bud Light. Well, here's the deal: you're not hurting the people that own Bud Light. You know what I mean? Like, you're not hurting BlackRock. You're not hurting anybody by doing that because you're still buying their products.
Yeah.
You know, you said, I'm going to just
So
only
you
drink
switch
Coors
to
Light.
Budweiser or what?
Yeah, it's like, and
Same
if they
thing.
did, it's like, yeah, well, I mean, we're really going to stick it to Bud Light. Well, guess what? You didn't, because they also own, you know, Coors Light or
Well,
whatever.
and they plan that too. That's all planned. So you buy something else. It's yeah.
Absolutely. It's just all yeah. I mean, it goes way in depth, in which, yeah, you get me and Joe talking about that, we'll get nothing done. But me and him, that's kind of how our relationship took off. Is we were sitting there and we got on this conversation. We looked down. The next thing we knew, we've been talking for like 2.5 hours on nothing related to the business. You know, well, at least we see eye to eye on all that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, that's
so,
honestly one of the reasons that really intrigued me about this business that you and Joe do, because I mean, in a way it could be sticking it to the big guy. I mean, like you said, it all goes to the same top, but
yeah, unfortunately, you know, but here's the thing though, is that, you know, I mean, if anything, here's one way to look at it is, you know, we're helping merchants pay less money. And
well, if it's
that's
money that's not going to the bank, I'm here for it.
Exactly. And it's going to us, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, this is super profitable for us. And it's more money in our pocket. And that works with everybody that's actually on this pricing model.
Yeah.
Because, you know, I mean, it's actually putting more money out there into the world and not just giving it straight to the banks, straight to Black, or, you know, straight to all them.
Yeah.
It's least money coming back to the, you know, the credit card processing people, basically. You know, we're making way more money, and it's just because it's way more profitable. And I'm going to kind of show you a little bit more. So here's just a little basic breakdown of tiered. Tiered is usually like in 4 categories. This is where they bundle all those rates that I showed you into 4 categories: debit, qualified, mid, non. Now, this is just a sort of examples of what somebody that was set up on tiered pricing, what their statement would look like. You know, so for debit, it would just show nothing but 1.29 and 25 cents. Qualified, 1.69, your mid qual, 2.79, then non, 3.89. Let me give you this is a little bit better example. So if we were to take those same numbers, the 1.29, say we entered it up here for debit, 1.29. You can see, you know, well, right off the bat, you do have 1.45. But what this pricing model does, if we put 1.29 here, watch, I think I can actually, this is kind of cool. So say we did that 1.29 here, and excuse my mouse writing, but it's not the best, but it's okay. We can see what we're doing here. 1.85. Okay. So we have 1.29 here, and then, you know, whatever, I can't remember what the other one, I think it was 1.69 or something around there. We'll call it we'll do a 1.89 because we're the ones that, oh my gosh, what was that? That's an 8. There we go. 1.89. All right. What would happen? So for the majority of these, you know, 0.79 debit or fuel, this would be like pay at the pump, is 0.79%. So they would pay that 1.29. and 25 cents. Well, the item fee is actually only 17 cents. So you can see where the profit is. But here's the problem with the tiered system. If it was this 1.45, what they would do is then drop it down here into the next category. Because they're not going to lose money. They're not paying you to process.
Right.
You know, if you're the merchant, they're going to get their money back. So they would drop it down to the next category. Now, let's say same thing here. You know, we're at 1.89. Hey, look, 1.89 covers everything. Great. Then they'd come down here and do the same thing, you know, and if it didn't cover it, it would just drop it down into the next category. And what would happen is the majority of the time, your transactions would be what they call downgraded into that next category where there's a lot more profit for that merchant or for the merchant service provider for us. Now it's not a crazy amount of profit, but that's the reason why before Catch Discount, we weren't making near our average profit was about 30 basis points, 0.30%. So where now our average profit is 1%. So we've more than tripled the actual profitability using Catch Discount, which is great for us. But I mean, does that make sense?
As much as it can right now.
Yeah, as much as you can. And don't try to, like I said, I mean, don't try to like memorize everything. I mean, kind of like the basic thing to take from this. Tiered pricing, old way of pricing. If you ever see just like 4 categories on a statement, and I'm going to show you, you know, so here's, and I'll show you a better example of the statement in a little bit, but this is just, that's just the way that the pricing structure would look like. That's so old. You're way outdated, Mr. Merchant. If you're not even on Cost Plus, then you're a dinosaur. You know what I mean? Like you haven't looked at your credit card processing in probably 10 years. So we need to at least get you on Cost Plus, you know, get you up to date on that. If you don't want to do Catch Discount, I can guarantee we're going to save you a lot of money just by getting you on a different pricing structure. So that being said, the way that we figure out somebody's basic fees, you know, as your day to day, I just kind of want to switch gears for a second. Your day to day, what you're trying to get from a merchant when you're going out and talking to them, and when I sum this all up, I'm going to tell you this again, but you're trying to get a processing statement. They know what you're talking about. Think of it as like your, and it fits right here. It would be like your cell phone bill. Your cell phone bill shows, you know, how many calls you made, how many texts you made, all that stuff, you know, I mean, and what it cost. Well, for credit card processing, they get a statement, just like a bank statement or whatever. They get a statement every month that shows how much they ran in Visa, how much they ran in MasterCard, how much they ran in American Express, and what it cost them. Here's an example of like on the statement, there's going to be a summary, but the effective rate is the total processing fees divided by total sales. And this is important if you are taking notes or if you want to, I mean, this is effective rate is something that can help you out a lot. Anytime if you send in a statement to me, the very first thing I'm going to ask, and this is just repetition minutes to help you, I'm going to say, well, what's the effective rate? Because I want you to do that because you can sell just on effective rate alone. The effective rate, again, is the total fees divided by the sales, and that will give you the percentage of what they're paying overall. So when someone says, you know, I'm at 1%, well, you can't be at 1%. Why? Because look at all these rates that are above 1%. They're paying 1% above cost, above the interchange. They don't know that. A lot of these salesmen are good. They go in and just say, hey, we can put you at 1%. Well, to a merchant that's paying 5% overall, 1% sounds really good.
Yeah.
What they don't realize is that it's 1% above cost. That's not so good. But you're going to hear that a lot. You know, I'm at 1.29. I'm at 1 point, whatever. No, you're not. You can't be. Here's the cost of the cards. You know what I mean? Like it's not possible, sir. But they don't understand that. They're not in the business of doing credit card processing. We are. So this is where we educate them. But the best way to figure out their effective rate, the bottom line, what they're paying, is you divide the bill, the red, by the volume. And down here at the very bottom, so you divide 5,907 by 98,000. That's how much they ran total, 98,511.45. And it comes out to 0.0599 or 5.99%. That's high. I'm going to let you kind of let that soak in and read that. I mean, this is one of the important things. Being able to do this, and as you go and you get statements, we'll go over them with you. So don't, freak out. There's a lot of times that these companies try to hide fees and stuff like that, and it'll come with time. But just so you know, you divide the bill by the volume, and that'll give you the bottom line, what they're paying with all the other fees. So like you see how you got card association fees, authorization fees, any other fees. I mean, they have a category other fees. How specific is that? Other fees. Hey, we just threw some other fees in there, whatever they are. You know what I mean? Like other fees. This is great. So here's your other fees, just because we can put them in there. That's why this industry, it sort of has a bad rap in a way, because a lot of these companies, other fees, like, well, what are those fees for? It's like, other, that's why. The statements, again, like when you're out talking to people, start by just trying to get statements. You don't have to overcomplicate things. When you're talking to somebody, I'll explain the cash discount, and then just say, hey, Mr. Merchant, if you have a statement, I can show, that'll give me the ability to come back with a comparison and show you what kind of numbers we're talking about. Like, I can talk to you till I'm blue in the face about rates and fees and blah, blah, blah. But let's, bottom line, if you have a statement, I can just put numbers in front of you and we can go from there. That's the way to start this, is just ask a merchant for a statement, and then we can continue the process from there. That's how like I said, we'll get our numbers. It makes it so much easier to sell if we've gotten a statement. So here's, just a little example of, we typically come in around 2.2 to 2.5%. And this is on traditional. If the effective rate is lower than 2.2, so say you got the statement, you did the effective rate on your own, obviously send it to your manager, because sometimes they can be tricky, because a lot of companies make statements hard. And I know this for a fact because I have a friend that was on the board of like Wells Fargo in the merchant services department, and they literally have a conference every year on how to mess up their statements to make it harder for people like us to read. So the banks are aware of all this. They make it difficult for us to figure out the effective rate or how to save these merchants money, because they're making money off of them and they want to keep them.
Right.
So, so it's all that, that they're trying to make it hard for us to do our job because they want to keep all the merchants. Now, here's an example of a statement. This one's from Woodforest National Bank, which banks actually don't do processing. This bank goes through First Data. I know that's a lot of information. Don't even worry about that. Banks don't do processing, just so you know. This is how to read, and I'm going to give you these slides. So don't, it's a lot, I know. But this is just an example of a statement. You can go over that. Look, see how it says total charge to your account here at the bottom. That's what you'd think the total fees are. Well, come to find out, it's not really being honest. And we're not even going to go crazy into this, just because I know this is a lot. But you can see that it breaks down what they ran in Visa, Amex, MasterCard. I did that upside down. That's a weird dyslexia. Not backwards, upside down. You know, your bank card total, that's what they run, you know, the amount. And it kind of breaks it down. And we're not going to go crazy into this because it's not, you know, this is really more our job and we'll teach you as you go. But just so you're sort of familiar, this is what a credit card processing statement looks like.
Okay.
So, looks, you know how it said, one thing I'm just going to point out, you know how at the front page it said the actual fee was 143 or whatever. So the actual fee of this was 162.86. So there was more. No, wait, that's not it. That's wrong. Where was it? Oh, here's the actual. So the total was actually one. No, maybe this one was right. Total charge to your account. Okay, this one was correct. Sometimes they're not. I thought this one was one of those, but it's not. So I just really messed your head up. Disregard everything I just said. That's just an example. And again, we're not, when you get a statement, send it to us. That's what we'll go from there. Let's take a little 5 minute, brain break real quick. Just, don't look at the screen or something, if you need to go to the bathroom, do that. Let's just take a quick little, I say 5, whatever minutes, and then we'll get back on.
Okay.
And clear your head for a second. All right. It sounds good. Hey, Jason Contessa, did y'all make it on?
Yeah, we actually finally did. We weren't
All
getting
right.
yeah, we weren't getting the invite in any of our emails. I don't know if because we're in the islands or what it was, but we have a permanent solution now. He's just gonna post a link in the group, so we'll never miss it. Email is a little bit sketchy, but
Okay.
WhatsApp works just fine. You know. Did you like the AI thing that we did with your voice?
I did, man. I mean, it's crazy. You know,
It's
I mean,
terrifying too. You know.
I know, and here's what, so I don't know if you know who Duncan Trussell is. He's
Oh no.
he's on Joe Rogan a lot sometimes, and he's a comedian, but he's very, like, he's just really intelligent into the whole, I mean, AI and just the way that government, just all these cool conversations. But it was funny. I was just watching one where he was talking about how, I mean, like right now, they can already produce our voice and everything like that. And even, you don't even really know when you're watching something if that's really with the way technology is. I mean, they can almost make you say anything on a podcast or anything like that.
Right.
Well,
It's dangerous.
he was saying, think about this. I mean, like, he goes, at some point in which me and Joe were talking about this, I mean, like, so what y'all did with my voice, say, I was some kid's dad and I were to die. With virtual reality, they could put me, recreate me, make it my voice with everything that, you get from the internet, Facebook, all that stuff, to kind of recreate my personality, to where it's, it's a simulation of me, in some kind of virtual world. Well, what if they're using some kind of artificial intelligence that's like, telling this kid, it's like, well, I'm actually your dad. I was just using that body as a vessel or something like that. I mean, it gets crazy. I mean, but it's amazing what you can do with AI. I mean, just doing that. I mean, it's like, it's my voice.
Yeah. With such a threat and such a powerful tool, I decided that I'm gonna stay ahead of it, at the forefront of it. I need to pay attention to this thing, because I need to know how to defend myself.
Exactly. And I've shown Joe some of the stuff that I've done with AI, just as far as, I mean, basically like outlines for emails, for just for all kinds of different things. I mean, hey, if the technology is there, use it. I mean, in my opinion, like you said, stay ahead of the game. That way we could, be prepared, or at least have a fundamental idea of what's going on.
That threat.
I mean, I think it's awesome. And he kind of told me what y'all are going to do with this training too, which I think will be,
oh man,
super.
I think it's going to be crazy. I think it's going to be crazy. This is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to use your voice from these meetings, and we're going to train an AI model. Right. This has to be legal, so we have to make sure you're cool with everything and you have access and control. Right. So then what we're going to do is, there's AI models where you could just put documents in a folder, and it'll respond like ChatGPT. So you could communicate with your documents and ask questions. Right.
Oh, that's awesome.
So guess what? So if you combine your voice with a system like that, you can basically, the AI will be able to answer any questions you would, based off of what you said in these meetings, and explain things like the way, so you wouldn't have to be here. You could just
they would think that I was, I mean, and it would even respond to stuff like that. Dude, that's cool.
And then probably an avatar, who knows, some kind of, because they have real-time avatar.
I was gonna say, in not too long, we'll be able to even make a video, I mean, once the processing is up to date, or whatever on that. Like, that was another thing that guy was talking about, in not very long, we'll be able to create our own movies and stuff. I mean, what you could do this, I could be doing a training standing in front of people and it not even be me talking. And
we're there. We're very, very close. Very close. I pay attention to there's this guy on YouTube called Marquise Brownies. He really stays at the forefront of all technology. He's very popular, and he was showing us the next wave of television, where I'm telling you, they're in the room with you. and you don't even have to wear any 3D glasses or anything. It's just the way they have it. I think, yeah, go check that out. Yeah, it's very interesting to see what we have, in store. Very, very
But what's his
interesting.
name again?
Marquise, Marquess. Brownness is Brownes, and you could go
Okay.
check out that. I mean, he said everything, the fastest car in the world, the greatest technology, anything technology, he's right there, and he does a lot of videos on it. And he did this one, I think, about a month, two ago, where he got exclusive insider look at what I think Google was doing in some of their visual technologies, and he was shocked because like it's like the way they have it is a special room with cameras all over the place, and it feeds into the monitor, so where when you're sitting in front of it and you're speaking to somebody, it uses those angles from your cameras to create the depth like you're actually there with them. It was
Holy cow.
and he said you can't film it. He said you can't film the experience. It's just you can't do it. It's just, and so yeah.
That's
Yeah, so
insane. I mean, and here's another, like, it takes, that kind of a step further. So like, I mean, here pretty soon, and I think a lot of this, which you understand all that, has to do with like the processing power. I mean, even though we're getting into the quantum world and all that stuff, I mean, at some point you're going to be able to tell your TV, hey, I want to watch the Titanic in, what I mean, in like Pixar, but I want to have I don't even know who made Titanic, but a Spielberg twist. You know what I mean? Or like written, the format of a Spielberg film. And then bam, in less than a minute, you'll be watching a full movie in Pixar.
I know how we could do it. I know how we could do it. Yeah. What happened is that based off of the various technologies, they have this one right now where they found a way to store energy in a way that it could be as unlimited hot without worrying about an expensive container, because they use like a container with a magnetic field to prevent the heat from like ever hitting the side of the container, right? So they have basically unlimited energy, like they can stuff in there because it'll never make contact with anything because the magnetic field surround. They've done that. So now when you combine that with these AI models that they have, where all they need is a lot of processing power, right? And we have quantum, as you said, we have quantum computing, and it's getting ridiculous. And you just create a computer big enough, powered by an energy source like that, and you just feed it endless information all the time and to do what you ask, it'll be able to do it. That's where we headed.
And it's what's funny. It's the crazy part is Tesla did this years ago. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. They're way ahead of us. We're just thinking about stuff that they probably already did and they just didn't tell anybody yet. Google proved that.
Yeah, you heard me and Tyler sitting there talking. We almost got off on the Vanguard and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, hold on, like, we better not. You know what I mean? We just shut this train down and go for that. But anyway, you're right. But that'll be. I mean, I'm looking for. I mean, Joe was telling me about what y'all are going to do with this. I mean, that's going to be incredible. I mean, it'll
make life easier for you, especially because new agents. If you're mass hiring, you can't have meetings like 50 times a week. You can't do that. So if you're hiring a whole bunch you have to have something automated that'll take care of most of the work, and then maybe once a week you'll have a meeting or something like that. To make it. So that's why not use the tools that are here to make life easier. That's why God created us so we can do that.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like I said, I mean, use what we're given and make our lives easier and more productive and everything else. I mean, that's our goal. Tyler, are you back on here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Hey, awesome. I mean, you probably have been. This is Jason. There's Jason and Contessa. They are a part of Joe's. They're all partners together in way advanced stuff that I'm really super familiar with. But super intelligent guys, and I don't know if guys and girls. And Contessa has written. We built kind of a funnel, and I don't know if you're familiar with that, but she's master in the digital. Your visual, I guess, is that kind of where more her realm. I mean, I just know she did a lot of it, and it's great. I mean, she's great marketing, and you've heard, I think Jason has to explain himself because I mean, they're going to be doing a lot of cool things, for us in the future, and so they're part of the group as well, and we're all trying to make this. Yeah, so if you ever have technical issues or need any.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
I'm sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry for being smart. So we'll get back on the training. And like I said, Callie, I know I'm going kind of fast, but again, I will point out the things that you need to kind of remember and the things that, are just really just FYI. But again, like I said, I'll be able to give you these slides, and then eventually, when Jason gets to get done with it, you'll be able to ask questions to me that's not me, which will be cool. But so, anyway, yeah.
Oh man, that's gonna be funny.
Yeah, that will be crazy.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
Yeah.
We'll get started.
Anyway, oh man, I know. I'm stoked about that.
Because we got the idea from the funnel. We got the idea from the funnel make the animated version of you. And we thought about it. It was like, wait a minute, couldn't we just have an animated version of him teaching classes and stuff? That would be cool, Let's see if we can do it. Let's get it.
I wonder, do I need to do one on video for that to do?
No, I think you did just fine. It's just fine.
Okay, cool.
And we're getting some more advanced support with our funnels. We have some pretty major mentorship hopefully coming up, and that should be able to get us to another level of marketing by the time we can really push money into. So everything is improving behind the scenes.
Sweet. Well, that's why we need you.
Yeah, we're support.
You
support.
Are. It's great. Yeah. Well, thank you. And again, that's a lot of big things. And Tyler, just so you know, I mean, this kind of shows you a little bit of how this industry, it's ever evolving. I mean, and with the technology and things like that, I mean, it's going to get easier and easier for you, but the basic principles are always still going to be the same. I mean, for the most, unless something else changes, but we are really up to date on the technology of things, what we use, like you can see here in the picture, the iPads, a lot of the POS systems, and I'm going to show you an example in a minute. They use basically just an iPad on, a stand with an iPad on it. And you've seen them in places where they flip them around and let you sign the screen and whatnot. All it is an iPad. So as technology advances, we're always on the forefront of that. And I mean, we'll be advancing right along with it. I kind of mentioned a little bit about the Bitcoin type stuff earlier. There are actually companies that we use that are slowly transitioning into the Bitcoin type realm.
Is that
there's actually
like the quantum financial system? Is that kind of what that is? Or is that totally?
It's going to be, I mean, that is sort of, I mean, those are, I mean, I guess one in the same and different all at the same time. I mean, that makes any sense whatsoever. The quantum world is, when you get into quantum physics and things like that, you're talking so minute, obviously we can't see, and whenever, and Jason might be able to explain this a little bit better, but when you get quantum is it means it's basically the super small. Go ahead, and if you can, Jason, how would you explain
from what I've learned so far, it's generally is getting the most ridiculous amount of processing in the smallest space to where it's not going to overheat, and you need the right materials for that. Taiwan, and that's why Taiwan is so fought over. They currently lead in the process. They have a special process and everything that's creating all of the more advanced computing. And then what they do is they make these mega computers with the the best chips and the best everything, and they make giant servers. They'll cost like $500,000, you're right, 10 million, 100 million, whatever the case, and they can process and do things mind-bogglingly fast that we have no access to probably for another 100 years in our house. And they use that for I believe, I don't know about the supercomputing for the process servicing, but they're definitely using it in other applications, and it's definitely going to get into the financial and every sector of life. So that's what they're doing right now. So I don't know if that answered what she was asking. I don't know.
It's, you know, I think kind of like maybe sum that up or help, or for me, I guess the way I would sum that up is it's, you know, super small. And whenever anything is computing and moving,
Oh, okay, sorry.
if that, no. I mean, I'm just trying. I mean, this is what I would. I mean, just like my dumb version, you know, for rednecks.
It's better.
This is what you know. No, I mean, and I'm not saying you are, Kylie, but this is just how I think of it. Like, you know, things that are so small, but they're moving. Everything is moving. And it kind of in the quantum world, and it's a little off topic, but like, you know, you've got subatomic particles and things like that that are they can go into a super state, which means it's moving and standing still at the same time, which makes no sense.
Solid state.
You know, all these different equations and everything like that, that they do produce heat. So that's the whole, you know, the hard part about, I think, all this stuff is containing that heat. Right, Jason? I mean, Mark, containing that heat while all these different calculations are going on. In, like, I guess you said, in like in the banking industry, and even in the processing. So you know how I said they're football field size servers? Well, at some point, you might be able to have one that's the size of a house, maybe, or, you know, I mean, it's going to be, things are going to be able to get a lot smaller and faster as far as in the computing aspect. Is that kind of another definition, maybe, Jason? That
no, you're right.
I mean,
you said sometimes overcomplicating things is stupid.
No, I'm not saying it's stupid. I mean,
so you gotta explain. Yeah, you did a great job.
Your brain is a lot more on the technical. You know what I mean? Like I just try to think like, how well if I was explaining this to, you know,
I just watch a lot of YouTube. That's all. Just watch a lot of YouTube. I'm good.
but yeah, Kylie. So what it'll do is all these, you know, doing this processing and everything like that. You know how sometimes you're at the register and it takes a minute to your card to go by, and then that's when everybody gets all fidgety, thinking their card is going to get declined or something, because it takes longer. And this is how spoiled we are in America, or I mean in the world nowadays. You know, I mean, transactions used to take on average 7 to 10 seconds especially when they were dial-up. A dial-up transaction, you could be sitting there for 20 seconds waiting on the card to go through. Well, now people trip out if it doesn't just spit out the receipt in, you know, in a second or something like that.
Yeah, we want everything.
Well, that's instant gratification. And you know, and even me, even me, I don't know anybody else, when I run a card, if it doesn't approve it within 5 seconds, I'm sitting there going, oh gosh, did something come through? What the heck? Why is the thing, you know what I mean? Like, you start thinking, did it get declined or something? Well, no, sometimes it just takes a little bit longer to compute. And I'm actually going to show you a slide on, and I believe it's the next one, on the way that, you know, the processing happens. So again, reason why your business should implement dual pricing, or cash discount, dual pricing, KEV. There's all different kinds of definitions. I always say cash discount because I think it makes the most sense. We're trying to brand Process Easy, so that's like our own, you know, definition. But you know, the reasons to do it for merchant, no fees. You don't have to pay fees anymore. And this is one thing that I was going to put in a slide, and I think I forgot to do it. But if you don't, you know, if a merchant doesn't do cash discount today, tomorrow, whenever you're talking to them, and when you present it to them, I guarantee at some point they will. It's just a matter of time. I mean, when the big thing now is, you know, they say, well, I don't want to do that to my merchants. Well, when everybody else is doing it to their merchants, or sorry, to the customers, they're going to do it too. They just think that they're going to lose business because they're charging them fees. When if you're a good business owner, most of the time you already have markup that adjusts for these fees anyway. This is just the way. If you already marked up your products to pay for the processing fees, well now you could, I mean, one or two things. You can either save more money, because you've already added that markup, or you'd actually be able to maybe lower your prices so you'd be more competitive and then just charge more if you're using a card and then offer that discount for cash. So when people say, I don't want to do that to my customers, well, you're either already doing it, number one, or customers don't care. I mean,
No.
it's so funny. Like when I go to places, here's an example. When you pay your electric bill online, do you have to pay? There's a 3% surcharge or fee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you pay any bill online, there's always a fee. How many times have you gone, nope, not paying that fee. I'm going to get a money order and I'm going to drive all the way down to the electric company and I'm going to hand it to them. I'm going to spend an hour out of my day to go pay this instead of paying that 3%. You don't do that, do you?
No, and when
Nobody
it boils
does.
it down to, are you even really saving any money by on app? Yeah.
I live in San Antonio where I live. I mean, it takes me 45 minutes to get to San Antonio Electric or whatever. So like I would be losing money if I decided to do that.
See, and I live in a small enough town. It would only take me 10 minutes, but it'd still be a hassle.
It's time out of your day. It is. I mean, and then here's the thing. So my bank charges me for either a cashier's check or a money order. So then I still have to pay for that. When it's all said and done, I probably spend more money doing that than I would just going ahead and paying the 3%. So it's nothing. And when people go to restaurants, this fee is so minimum. An example of 3.5%. Think about this. So most restaurants, their average transaction or average bill is around $40. So you do $40 times 3.5%, you're looking at $1.40 extra. Most people at restaurants don't even pay attention. When you hand them their tab, if it's nothing crazy, they don't even look at the receipt. I just hand my card over. Unless I look at the amount and it's something nuts, I don't go through and look, oh, well, I only had, one ranch, or whatever it is. They try. I don't go through and look at it. I just give them my card. So, it's done. No one leaves a business because of a cash discount. And you'll see this, you talk a merchant into it and they're like, well, I'm afraid, Mr. Merchant, we can put you on traditional. Let's just try it and see what happens. Now there's always a Karen out there in this world that's going to complain about something. So that's going to happen no matter what, especially in a restaurant. How many people complain in restaurants? For just the dumbest thing, like my glass is dirty or whatever. People are going to complain no matter what. So you're never going to keep everybody happy, but the amount of money we save people versus if they were to lose a customer or two, it's never going to equate. That customer is not spending enough money to even come near the profit that we're saving that merchant. So,
right.
Yeah, that's the number one rebuttal is I don't want to do this to my merchants. Well, sir, your merchants don't care. Your customers. Your customers don't care. They come to your place of business because they like your product and they understand that inflation has gone sky high. If you were really that upset about it, we need to start with I don't even want to go into that either in the office or whatever, but we can get a lot deeper. It's not the processing company or that 3.5% that's really juicing it. I mean, it goes a lot, you know, whatever, inflation sky high. Let's just put it that way. Everything's more expensive. So for the business owner, if they're, you know, if food's more expensive, they're buying a lot of food. They have to either raise their prices or pass on the fees so they can save some money and still be a profitable business. That being said, there's just a reason. We'll go over that later. Here is here's a flow chart of how the pricing structure works. So the service fee is applied to transactions. Small service fees applied to all customer transactions made on the merchant's terminal or machines. The service fee removed for cash sales. So if it's cash, you don't use the credit card machine, or on a POS system, it's not going to add it because you hit cash and then it doesn't add the fee. Our system does the calculation on its own. You don't have to have a calculator by the register and sit there and type in numbers and all that stuff. You know, each day our system applies the collected service fee towards the processing fees for the month. So the way our system's set up, if that merchant, you know, XYZ donut shop, they run $500 in that day, they're going to but their credit card machine will show that they've added $17.50. So it'd be $500 and $17.50 would be their daily total. Now, when it sends the money to their bank account, that merchant, the donut shop, is only going to get the $500. The $17.50 goes to us on a daily basis, to where we pay off the card, we pay off Visa, MasterCard, and all of them, and then that's the profit also built in for us. At the end of the month, we get that monthly calculation, and that's how we know how much we made. You know, that's where your residuals come into play. It's all based on monthly. They don't do those reports until the end of the month. But the merchant, for him, the good news is, hey, you sold $500 worth of donuts, you get $500. At the end of the month, you no longer have to pay a bill. So that's the big bonus for them. They no longer have to pay for using people paying with credit cards. Like it says, the sales are deposited, number 5, the gross sales amount less the fee. So we take that $17.50 out, they get their $500, and then we deposit their money. Typically, you know, sometimes we say it by midnight. It's when they wake up and their bank opens, they have that money there.
And that's each day, not monthly.
Yes, every day other than the weekend. So anytime that, and think of it this way, anytime the Fed's closed, you know, because that's where all the money is processed through. Anytime the Federal Reserve is closed, or the banks, or federal holidays, or anything like that, there's not any deposits. So Saturdays and Sundays, even though some banks are open Saturdays, the Fed's not open. Saturdays and Sundays they'll get on Monday. So, and back in the day, and which some people are still on this, it used to take them 2 days to get their credit card sales. So anything they processed on the weekend, they wouldn't get till Wednesday. Well, for a restaurant or somebody, that can kind of be a pain, because they got vendors. You know, they had weekends are a big time for restaurants, especially your restaurant and bars. Well, they still have to pay the Bud Light guy or whoever, you know, I mean, they still have to pay their vendors. So getting that money on Monday when they have to pay for all this stuff is a big benefit to a lot of businesses, instead of them having to float all that money till Wednesday. So that is a good selling point, because a lot of people are still on the structure to where they have to wait, a couple of days to get their money. We do it same day or next day funding. At the end of the month, you'll get your statement, and most of these are either mailed to you, or you have a web portal that you can get your statement from. And that's that's how everything kind of flows. Now, a big question in this industry is this program illegal or legal? Because there for a long time, people were saying, "Oh, this is illegal. You can't charge for using a credit card," even though a lot of people are surcharging, and even though the government entities, so government and municipalities, like your electric companies and things like that, they've been able to do this surcharging or cash discount from day one. So they've never been restricted by charging a fee to get their to pay at the credit card. It was only a regular, your normal, I guess, what would be public merchants. But government entities, municipalities have never had to pay these fees. What happened was and they call it the Frank-Dodd Act, or it could also be called the Durbin Amendment. This is what gave us the ability to pass on these fees. That is what also took away the percentage from debit. The Durbin Amendment did a lot of great things. And as it says, so the Frank-Dodd Act, or the Durbin Amendment, the payment card networks, it enabled the payment card networks from inhibiting the ability of anyone to provide a discount for payment by cash, check, debit card, or credit card. So the Durbin Amendment, or Frank-Dodd Act, is what gave us the ability to do this. Will this program completely eliminate my bill? Almost. Some merchants will still see a small ancillary fee. That word has always got me. Ancillary fees on their bill, depending on the type of transactions they process. For example, if you process EBT or food stamps, you may have authorization fees that we can't pass on. That's a government entity. We don't have anything to do with it. We don't make money off of it. It's just a service that we have to provide because they give out credit cards. We have to give the merchant a PIN pad because anybody that uses food stamps gets, uses they have a PIN number. So we have to provide the merchant with a PIN pad so they are able to take those, food stamp cards, SNAP. But we make absolutely nothing off of it. It's just a service that we have to provide. Now, we can't pass those fees on, so there might be fees if they take food stamps. Then another question is, can I revert back to traditional processing? Absolutely. If you feel like the dual pricing program is not a fit for your business, we can easily switch you back to the traditional, where we'll be saving you money. We're going to beat the current rates that you're at anyway. No matter what, you can guarantee them, no matter what, we're going to save you money. Now, we'll save you either a lot of money or a little bit of money, just depending on how you're set up. And I say a little bit, typically 20% on traditional processing. So it's either like 99% or 20%. What do you want to say?
So I've got a question about
merchants. Go ahead.
Doesn't want to move cash. It's whatever reason, but they still want our system. Is that okay, or do they have to do the?
No. They don't have to do the cash discount. Now, and I was about to say, so let's take an example would be maybe trailer sales, like somebody that's selling like food trucks or something like that. Those could be $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 transactions. This program might not be the best program for them. On something that amount, let's say 20,000, you're adding $700. It's not insane. It's almost another $1,000, but maybe they don't want to. That might be one of the industries where this isn't the best for them yet. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. I do have trailer sales companies, and I do have very high ticket people, and this is going to be a merchant's personality type thing. Because if you can kind of convince them, like, hey, why are you paying for them? Why are you paying for them to use a credit card? And it's all in the mindset. Because I had one guy, and he was like, I said, sir, with your average ticket, you might not want to, it's like $20,000. So you might not want to charge the customers. I don't know how you feel about that. He was like, why I don't want to pay for it. You know, I mean, so like he is all for it. You will have people that are like, oh, you know, I'm afraid, you know, I don't want to lose any customers. But like I said, eventually they'll be on this program. But all you can really say is, hey, I'll save you money traditionally, or here's my card. When you do decide to save this money, you know, please give me a call. I'd love to do business with you.
You're going to run into business owners that are doing well enough for themselves where they look at it as, I don't want to charge my customer any of that. I'm completely happy taking the fee. I have a couple accounts that are like that. They've been in business for 50 plus years, so comfortable themselves that the $2,500 that it was costing him wasn't a big deal to him. I was able to cut his bill down to like $2,000 on standard processing, and that's all he needed.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
And here's sort of a perfect example, you know, and it's perfectly timed. Well, customers dislike the idea of a price for cash and a price for credit. Well, if you explain the dual pricing or cash discount in a way to keep providing quality goods and services without increasing your overall prices. So for like a restaurant, for example, if the restaurant owner, and which I've got many restaurants that are on this, and they get maybe 1 or 2 complaints when they first implement it. But like I said, this is everywhere. People are starting to see it all over the place. It's nothing that new. But it's all in how you explain it to the customer. So if you just told that customer, like, yes, sir, instead of raising prices across the board, I decided to charge the people that pay with a card because I have to pay for you to use that card.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that makes perfect sense. You know,
Yeah,
like,
and when
well,
you think about it, it's the same with like shipping. Why businesses charge for shipping prices, and then there's that makes sense to me.
Because they have to pay for it, and that's a good. Use that as your example. I mean, everybody has a different way of thinking about this, and there is no right way. There is no wrong way. I guess I take that back. Everybody has their own way of thinking about this and explaining it. Everybody's brains are different, but that's a perfect example. You don't buy something online and then expect them to pay for shipping. So why would you expect somebody to pay for your credit card for your points?
Right.
You know, that merchant doesn't get taken to Tahiti every year by these people that get all their points from going in their business. You know, it's exactly how you can explain it, and that's the way. I mean, that's a great example. I'm actually probably going to use that because that's actually a very good example. So, you know, if you see the AI me talking about that, then you know why.
It's actually a very good example because I've never actually even thought of. But yeah, you get charged shipping. It's the same exact reason, is because they're paying for shipping. They're paying for you to swipe your card. That's exactly why you should charge it. And
it's another thing too, is they'll be like, all right, if you don't, we'll pay for shipping if you spend X.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to help.
I think you're cutting out a little bit, Tyler. Or did y'all? I mean, maybe that was just my phone.
No, it cut out a little bit. I
heard it too. I think it's a little issue.
I took my camera out to see if it would help the call.
I just said it. All I said was I was glad I could help out in that way, giving that example.
Well, perfect, because it actually, I mean, that's a very good example. I mean, it really is. It makes perfect sense. I mean, it's a good. See, that's why I love having trainings with like people, like, you know, whatever. And I'm not saying that, but that's a great example that we can use and can pick up on, because that makes perfect sense. And because it's kind of hard, you know, especially for someone like me who's been doing this for so long, to think of good examples for people, because to me it's such a no-brainer. Like, I understand the fees and stuff like that, where not everybody gets the merchant services fees, and that's just because I've been in this industry for so long. So that's a very good example that we'll definitely use, because that's a great way of thinking about it. And because sometimes I know the way that I explain things are more on a merchant services experience type way. So thank you for your contribution. You're already helping us out. Good job. But, so here's, so on the differences. So here's, how, what's the difference in a surcharge? You're going to run into this a lot too. A lot of people already surcharge. When we touched base a little bit on this earlier, but the surcharge carries with it several stipulations. Only credit cards, is legally, only credit cards are supposed to be able to be surcharged. No debit cards. They said they make it to where if you're surcharging, and this is on actually Visa MasterCards. I'm going to pull it up in a different slide while I'm talking, but this is actually, Joe, I saw this last night. This is how big the cash discount thing is getting. It's actually on Visa MasterCard's website. I'm going to pull it over right now. Look at this. So down here, okay, so just so y'all know, previously, and like I said, I've been doing this for a long time. When I did these trainings 6 years ago, it was just this, like this part, the surcharging, that wasn't even there. That was not even there. So when I saw this, I was like, holy cow. And so, here's what they're telling you how to surcharge, but there are rules on how to do the surcharge program. This wasn't here. This wasn't here a few years ago. So, to me, like, to me, this is crazy. All of this right here we're looking at, you can never be there. It was just the interchange reimbursement fee and the Visa rules and regulations. There was no merchant surcharging anywhere in this at all. So definitely things are evolving. Which is, a good thing for us as well. But yeah, that blew me away when I saw that. I said, what the heck? So they actually got that on there. But here's some of the rules. So they want you to post signage for at least 30 days prior to implementing surcharge. I guarantee not one merchant has done that. Maybe there is one or two, but I bet you anything, very few merchants, is a good way of saying it, have posted it 30 days before they started doing it. No, they started doing it and then maybe posted it. There's a maximum amount. It's actually 3% that can be surcharged. That actually doesn't even cover all the cost. When I was showing you the Visa MasterCard interchange, if we went down to the corporate cards and like some of the rewards cards, some of them are over 3%. American Express, for example, starts at 3.5%. You key in an American Express card, you're going to be paying closer to 3.83, 3.9%. So if you're surcharging, you're still not covering all of the cost for the cards. With the dual pricing program, these limitations are not in place. You're not implementing an additional fee for accepting credit cards. We're providing a discount for those who pay with cash. There's a clear distinction, one that Visa MasterCard and the courts have agreed upon, and the cash discount or dual pricing program. All prices in your store consist of a cash price, I didn't change that wording, of a cash price and credit price. The posted prices are your cash price. If you pay with a card, you pay a fee. As Mitchell Katz, spokesman for the Federal Trade Commission, said in May 2011, that's when this came out. I can't remember the date. 2011, the Dodd-Frank law prohibits a payment card network such as Visa from inhibiting the ability of anyone to provide a discount for paying by cash, checks, debit cards, or credit cards, said Katz, whoever that guy is. So that's what makes it. This is 100% legal. We're not doing anything in the grays even. This is legal in all 50 states where you can run into things. If you surcharge, the maximum is 3% on surcharging. And that's pretty much everywhere. I think New York, you can surcharge up to 10%, which is pretty high. But that's the only place I know of that has a lot higher surcharge amount.
So I'm not sure if this is a super relevant question, but do you have any merchants that don't have like different prices per se on their items, but they have a certain percentage cash discount that they implement, like at the transaction? Is that a thing?
Well, we'll always, it'll always be 3.5%. So what they have on the shelf is going to be the cash price. Nothing will be added other than taxes to that.
Okay.
But when you pay at the card, we're going to pass on 3.5%. Now, and this, a little more information for you. That 3.5% is not set in stone. If we actually had to go down a little bit to 3%, we can do that. This is something where you get with your manager, talk to them about it, if everything makes sense. Because again, it's all based on profit. If say the merchant that you're dealing with, their statement shows they do a lot of American Express or a lot of corporate cards, you might not want to go down. You can't go too low, or else you don't want to end up paying. You don't want a negative residual. Right. So we want to make sure that all our fees are covered. 3.5% covers everything. That covers even American Express. And a few times if somebody key enters the card, well, our debit passing on the 3.5% for debit, we make a lot more on. That'll cover that. That difference. But if they're very high in American Express, you don't want to go any lower than 3.5%. So basically 3.5% is our, standard. But we can move that around if need be. And everything makes sense, but we're not going to let you get a negative residual because that means we have one too.
So essentially we are making or creating that cash discount. It's not the merchant who's deciding it.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And everybody, 3.5% is fine with everybody. I mean, I know a company that charges 5%, which I think is high, but they do, and that's here in Texas. But 3.5% is going to be a good amount. Surcharging, they can only do 3%. Some people that are surcharging, they're still paying the bill. With us, the merchant should pay nothing but the $45 service fee that we charge. So their bill, you can even ask, hey, I know one guy, this is how you sell. He goes, hey, Mr. Merchant, how much did you pay in fees last month? Oh, $800. The last month, I paid $800 to Visa MasterCard. Well, sir, how would you like that to be 45? I'm like, what? Really? Yeah. We're going to make that $45. He shows them a few examples and statements that we have of people paying $45, and that's pretty much his sales pitch.
So that's the price that we are for our services per month is $45?
That is correct. $45. Okay. And that's it. I mean, that includes, it doesn't matter if you run $100,000 a month or $10,000 a month, all you're going to pay is $45.
Yeah, that's insane. Wow.
It's great for merchants. It really is.
Real quick, what's the
sure.
national average in terms of, like you said, we do 3.5. I'm just trying to size us up compared to our competitors. Are we under like the standard rate by a whole lot on average?
I would say we're right there. I would say 3.5. It's going to be close to the average. Again, like I said, I know companies that do 5. Now, Joe, what did you? I mean, as you're out there, what do you see a lot? I mean, is 3.5 pretty much going to be the average? What do you think? Joe might not be with us again. I would say, to be honest with you, Jason, I would say 3.5 is going to be pretty much average. Again, the surcharge amount is capped at 3, but I've seen people surcharging more than 3.
Can we target their clients?
Absolutely.
Man, we need to find them, man.
Here's the reason. So if you're surcharging, you're still paying taxes on that amount. It's not being broken out. When you do a cash discount program, you never get that income. That income is not deposited in your bank account. So you don't have to pay fees. You don't have to pay taxes on a surcharge. I mean, you pay taxes on surcharge. You don't have to pay on cash discount because that money is never deposited in your bank. So when you do your taxes at the end of the year, even if you were charging for those credit cards, you're still paying taxes for that amount. Does that make sense? So like with a cash discount, that money is never actually deposited into your bank account. It's not income. So that it's
Okay,
going
I
to save
understand.
you. So it's going to save you on taxes. It's going to save you basically the hassle of having to rearrange. You know, anytime somebody pays with the card, you got to sit there and, you know, enter the amount, because if they pay us cash, you know, it's like, what do they have on the shelves? If they're doing surcharging, they have to apply it to everything other than cash. But with us, it's automatically done. And like this says, only credit cards are supposed to be surcharged, not your debit card. So if you use your debit card and swipe it, they're still not supposed to surcharge you on that. So if you ever go into a business that has a surcharge program and you use your debit card, you can actually complain. You could actually say, no, I'm not paying. I'm using my debit card. You can't pay. You can't charge me for that. There's a maximum like that in surcharging. Where's the other thing? There's another point that I had somewhere. I'll dig it up. But anyway, but the surcharging program is not. It's not as beneficial to merchants. A lot of it is the taxes, the debit card part of it, and you have a max. So, like I said, even if you're using American Express, they're still paying fees. So they're not even covering the cost, the total cost of what they're selling. Some industries are very high American Express. Anything that's around a hospital, you're going to see a lot of American Express cards. Doctors, any of these, medical sales, they all use American Express because of the points. So it's funny. I mean, I even tested this theory in Lubbock. I looked at the statements from all the businesses I knew of that were around the hospitals there, and there is an influx of American Express, anything around the hospital. Again, basically doctors, medical sales, people like that. Your higher end clientele usually has American Express cards, which means that, they've got better credit, yada, 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 and they get way more rewards on American Express. Now with American Express, you have to pay that card off completely every month. They don't let you float things over to the next month. So they don't have like a minimum that you have to pay. You have to pay that card off every single month. That's just one of the things with Amex.
Based on all the stuff you said, what would you recommend as the best places to, target to run into the most favorable situation for us to get sales?
Okay. Starting off, I would definitely, bars and restaurants are probably some of the most profitable, because if you think about it, so debit is the cheapest. So the more a business runs in debit, the more profit we make. And they have lower average tickets. Like I said, at most restaurants, the typical average ticket is going to be about $40. Here's a good way to think of a restaurant. Whatever two people eating there, eating and maybe having a drink or whatever, but the cost of two people is going to be the average for majority of restaurants. So, your higher end places, it's going to go up, but it's basically what it costs for two people to dine is going to be the average ticket. They're usually lower in restaurants, so it's going to be less of a fee that we're imposing. So that business owner is going to be, like, oh yeah, we're only adding $1.40 to the bill. Well, that's nothing. $1.40, that doesn't, that's not even that's not a big number at all. So it's easy to sell them. And then also automotive industries, it seems like we have a lot of mechanics. Oil change places are great because they get a lot of debit as well. But oil change places, and I don't know, this varies in state to state, but I know in Texas, if they do state inspections, oil change places have to pay for those inspections. They don't make any money off state inspections. It's just another service they provide to try to get people to come into their business. Somebody pays with the credit card, they're essentially paying for them to get their inspection. And that's how I've sold quite a few, your Jiffy Lube, Valvolines, whatever.
Because they benefit the most.
They do.
Benefit the most.
And their average ticket's never really, it's $100 or something. The average oil change these days is around $100. So, we're adding $3.50 if you use a card. Go ahead.
I said also that
No,
cool thing you taught us last time about the times when they actually get to cash out. Remember the overnight thing where if they get to cash out much earlier in these restaurants and bars, especially if they have like overnight because of when they get to turn it in.
Yeah. I didn't even
say that's
so.
Another
Okay, so Kylie, I'm sorry, I kind of left out that. Thank you, Jason, for telling me. I forgot to tell her about that. So one of the things with Define. So you remember how I was telling you that we've got different processors or different computer systems that we use?
Yeah.
So Define is one of them. The Define payments, they actually have a funding. It's a funding time to where you can pay a little bit extra. And get your funding and actually, I'm going to see if I can find, you can get your funding, you can actually batch out, there's an old machine, you can batch out your system. Let me see if I can find, where is, I know it's in here, I thought. You can actually, well, maybe it's not. Hey, we're actually getting through this pretty good. Okay, so this is a little background information for you too, Callie. So when we say batching out your terminal or settling your terminal, that's what a merchant does at the end of the day that sends their money to the bank. Okay, so there's time frames. With us, you can have till 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 9 o'clock Central to batch out and still get that money by midnight. Well, bars and restaurants, they don't close, their days aren't over till, I don't know about y'all there, but like
it's
here, they don't close till 1. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock here on the weekend. Well, actually, 2 o'clock is every day, but they have till 2 o'clock to close. So that means they're probably not going to batch out their terminal till maybe 2:30, 3. We've got a program where they can batch out at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they'll still get their money by 11 o'clock that same day.
Okay.
And that is a huge selling point for restaurants. They no longer have to wait another day to get their money.
Okay, yeah. So I looking back in my notes, I have something that I think I might have gotten wrong. So so just for clarification,
Sure.
The average 3.5%, is that for a cash discount or is that for fees or surcharge fees?
That's what we're going to charge for cash discounting.
Okay.
For surcharge, you can put that. So surcharging is capped at 3%. So if somebody's doing the surcharge, if their terminal is not calculating the fee, if it doesn't, calculate the fee, they're surcharging. They're supposed to only charge 3% for surcharging.
Okay.
Cash discount, we can charge 3.5. We can charge 4. We can charge 3. We are in control of that.
Okay.
Like I said, so the surcharge is capped at 3. They're probably still paying fees. But yeah, and then back on the batch out times, a huge selling point for restaurants and bars. Anybody that closes past 9 o'clock or that batch out time, if we put them on Define, we can give them up till 3 o'clock in the morning, and they'll still get their money the next day. So you could pretty much say next day funding for all merchants. And that'll really help you get in the door to merchants that close at 10 o'clock, 9:30, 10, 11, 12, whatever. Anybody that's past that batch out time or past the end of day, they basically are floating them. I mean, what they're doing, honestly, is they're they're floating them that money and then waiting till they get it.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's almost like they're loaning them their own money in a way and letting it come in, which is really cool. That's a huge selling point. I mean, that would probably be, aside from the cash discount, not paying fees, I would put that as number 2. Even with us, no matter what time you batch out, you get your money the next day. That's big for a lot of merchants. If I used to sell before cash discount, I would sell a lot on the next day funding. That was a big thing. I mean, people will switch to get their money earlier.
Yeah.
Here we go. So, is everybody? How you doing? Is everybody good to go? I mean,
Oh yeah.
we're flying right through this. So, good job, everybody. I mean, this is going good. Now the rest of this is just kind of the equipment, and then I'm going to go over some rebuttals and things like that. So this is actually, we're doing really well. If we need to take a break, if anybody needs to use the bathroom or anything, we're good.
I'm good.
Okay. And if we need to, actually, I'll get through before we start rebuttals. We'll take another quick 5, and then we'll be done in probably like 30 minutes after that.
Okay.
And this is the reason why I do this is because I was looking up, when I did these trainings for about 6 years, every single Thursday. Jason, where were you? On that, every single
I'm here now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, I don't think we had the technology back then. I was using a flip phone.
Yeah.
But so I mean, but I did a little kind of researched a little bit, or I Googled it. The average attention span, and it's funny, in Americans and everybody, I guess everybody, the average attention span is only like 15 minutes. Unless you're really in tune to something. I mean, it's your mind apparently can only like soak in so much information. So I try to give us breaks. I mean, I know that sounds like a short period of time, but it's a lot of information, and it's good to kind of, look away from the computer for a minute so you can process and stuff. So that's why I give us, a few breaks in there. Anyway, so on the ways to accept payments, these are the terminals that you're probably going to see as you're out and about doing your day-to-day. When you're cold calling, just walking into businesses, I always, and this is a habit now, I always look at people's machines just to see what kind of machine they're using. If it's really outdated, I'll go ahead and say something to them, like, why are you using that old thing? Or something, I mean, just whatever. It's just in my blood, I guess. But I always look at these machines because it's, it can tell you a lot about what company they're using. Most of these machines will have a sticker on the side of the machine that has like the tech support number. So I always kind of look to see who they're processing with. Because as you get into this industry and you learn about these other companies, you might have a sales pitch right away just by knowing what company they're with. All our machines, so they all do what we call TRACOM. So you can either process through Ethernet, phone line, or Wi-Fi. And we actually, with Deja Vu Z8 here, we can provide these for free to the merchant if they need it. Most of the time, we try to lease them the equipment, which we do at a very minimal $29 a month, $39 a month, something like that, for just a standalone machine like this Deja Vu. Here, that's a Deja Vu Z8. That's a top. Your point of sale, which is going to be considered more your iPads. I'm going to show you a Clover here in just a minute, but these are going to be of your bigger screens and enable the merchants to do, inventory tracking. People can have their employees clock in, clock out on them. There's a lot more features on a iPad than there would be just a regular standalone machine. Then you've got virtual terminals. Virtual terminal is going to be anything over the internet. Your payment gateways. Anytime you buy something online, you're using what we call gateway to process that payment. If you notice, whenever you click to pay, you always go to either another screen or a toolbar pops up, then you enter your information and process the payment. That's a separate, that would be where we come in. We provide that gateway for the merchant to sell their products online. We would give their web designer API keys, is what they are, basically the codes to enable them to process the transactions, and it run through their website, take out the inventory, send it to shipping and blah, 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 blah. But we're the ones that actually provide that payment gateway or virtual terminal. We have wireless machines, so they don't have to be hooked up to the internet or a phone line. They can either be Wi-Fi. I don't know, you've probably been to a restaurant where they came to your table, took your card, processed the payment right there. They're using either one of these, this is the PAX A920. We've got Deja Vu QD2s. I mean, there's a variety of different terminals that we can use for that capability that are wireless. We also have machines that work off 4G. So you don't have to have Wi-Fi. You don't have to have anything. It actually comes with a SIM card. You put in the terminal, it runs off, 4G signal. You can process payments anywhere you get cell phone service. And it's actually not just cell phone, it's GPRS, which is Grade Point Reference System, and it's satellite signal. So you can actually use it runs off satellite signal as opposed to Wi-Fi or whatever you want to call it. E-commerce, in the sense that we can set them up with the website and sell products through our shopping cart using e-commerce transactions. Now, we don't really do that as much. I probably should take that out. But we don't really do the web design anymore. We have relationships with people that do, Jason and Contessa, that do websites and stuff.
I hear you. We're here.
So, we outsource it, but we outsource it kind of in-house. But, it's not a free service that we provide, but we definitely have people that, provide this service. So, or not provide, but that do this for merchants. And all of that, and Jason can kind of attest to this. I mean, it's how I think a lot of the price is how complicated the website's going to be, how many pages, things like that, how much product you have. That is all, obviously going to cost more. If it's very intricate and depending on what you want, blah, 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 blah. But we can provide, basically, we can give them Jason Tessa's number or email address, so we can make that happen. It's not something that's an in-house thing that we do. But I guess it kind of would be in-house, but it's not like a free product or anything. So there's that. Now, here's what we give out for free to everybody. This is called a Knuckle Buster. These are no cost. No, but what's funny is, I saw this picture. This literally, when I started doing this, we were taking people from these Knuckle Busters to what was called the Trans 330, the very first, machine. But this is how long I've been doing this. I'm a dinosaur. But I literally remember taking these out of businesses and putting in the very first machines that actually did the processing. I thought that was kind of cool. And we call this a knuckle buster, is what it is, because most of the times people would bust their knuckles swiping your card over the what is that thing called? What is that paper called? I can't think. Anyway, but you know what I mean, where they had to just rake it over the card and it took the impression of the card. And that's funny, back then they had to send that in. It took them 2 weeks to get their money from a credit card. So merchants weren't like thrilled about you paying with the credit card at that point. But yes, they had to mail it in, then it would get processed, and then the merchant would finally get paid. It took a while. So selling those machines wasn't very hard, because everybody was wanting to use their credit cards since they were pushing them on everybody, but the technology wasn't there. Now, here's some of the examples. These are the QD2s. There's also a QD4. that is the QD4 actually is the one. The only thing the difference is it doesn't do 4G. The QD2, you do 4G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, you name it, it does it. It's got a touch screen, all that good stuff. I mean, these are the most up-to-date, best terminals that's out there. Jason, do you know what ESIM world coverage is? I don't even know what that is.
What'd you say?
ESIM, the ESIM world coverage. I don't know. I guess that's probably maybe satellite signal.
I don't know. I don't think I'm familiar. I wish I knew everything, but I'm not.
I don't. Yeah, you're supposed to. No, I've never. I don't even know why that's. I mean, that was probably on there, and I just copied it on there, but I don't even know what that means. I think it's probably satellite signal. I probably didn't take that off, but anyway, they work everywhere. Okay. Anywhere you can use, anywhere if your cell phone works, pretty much these will work. It has a charge base. You can take them off the charger. You know, walk around in a restaurant. If you got an outdoor venue, it was away from the Wi-Fi, this would still work. So it's good for great, for big business, big venues and things like that.
And what's the name of this again? Sorry, I gotta go look this up.
No, you're fine. It's a Deja Vu QD2.
Deja Vu QD2. All right. Okay. Thanks.
Yep. And of course, in all these, they will always take the Callie. They'll always take Apple Pay, Android Pay, all that stuff. The Pay Pass, where you can just tap the screen. All the machines that we sell are pretty much the most up to date that's out. So they'll be able to take every card out there. Okay. Even the standalone, the Z8.
Is that similar? Sorry, my apologies. No, is that similar to that that auxiliary device that you put on the phones and people can swipe and stuff? And they can swipe their information via the phone.
It's similar, except for here's the thing with this, it actually spits out a receipt. So with your cell phone, you have to email them the receipt or whatever, but this you can use in a restaurant that, if it was like here in Texas, we got a lot of big outdoor, even restaurants that are mainly outdoors. With the Wi-Fi might be indoors and it not reach all the way to some of the tables. Well, with something like this, you never even have to worry about the Wi-Fi. And here's another thing. A lot of times Wi-Fi, the internet might go down. All the time we've got internet outages and things like that. If that happens and you have one of these machines, it doesn't matter. You'll still be able to process because it's not running off the Wi-Fi. So that could be a benefit there. You run into a merchant, they're like, oh, our Wi-Fi is always down or something along those lines. Well, guess what? We have a solution for that. You can run off satellite signal and you don't have to worry about your Wi-Fi. Now, here's the Z8. This is just one of the most common. We give this machine away for free. A very good machine. Tricom capability, connects to Wi-Fi easily. It is a color screen. It takes everything: Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, Google Wallet, Visa, PayWave, all that stuff. And you can even put your card logo on the screen and all that stuff. Now your taxes, these are just another brand. The A920 is a good machine that's looks all fancy and everything. It's touch screen. They're good machines. This Aries smart tablet, those are pretty cool. They're expensive, but they're pretty cool. It has a base station. They're pretty cool looking. They actually have a barcode and QR scanner. So those are actually kind of what you see you see those in like convenience stores and stuff like that, grocery stores. Those are what's attached to the register. But these are just a little bit more top of the line. Now here's your Clover point of sales. So you got your Duo, which is the only difference in a Duo and a Clover Station Solo is, well, and this just an example, it really isn't that great because it's really just on the back of the printer. It shows the amount. There's a screen on the back of the printer that shows the amount for the customer whenever you ring them up. Now the Clover stations, that base actually flips around so you can have them sign on the screen, and all that, and then it prints out the receipt. So you're still getting a signature with everything. It's just digital. The Clover Mini is a lot of times sold for, if you have a restaurant that has, you got your main station with the cash register, then you got an ordering station. That's where the Clover Mini comes in. So it doesn't have to be attached to a register or a cash drawer. Sorry. The Clover Mini is same, it all has the same software. It's great for your ordering stations because it's smaller, it's more compact, and they communicate with each other. A lot of times in restaurants, you'll see that there's like one station that they go and cash people out at, and then another station that they go when they type in their order. That's what that is. And then they might even come to your table when you go to pay and use a Clover Flex to pay out with, because all of these are networked together and they all communicate together. So these are the point of sale systems that we sell. They're very, very good systems. They're very user friendly. If you could set up a cell phone, you could set up one of these. Now, when it comes to POS integration type stuff, so anybody that has a POS system already in place, they might say, well, I want to keep my POS system. Like, yes, I love the cash discount, but can I still use my POS system? Well, in order for us to find that out, there's only two pieces of information we need: software name and version, customer support number for the POS. Provide this information to your manager. Just get those two things, give it to us. We'll check it out. We'll find out if we can integrate with that machine. If not, if you get a statement as well from that merchant, remember, you always get that statement. Try to get the statement, because if it makes financial sense, we might be able to put a Clover system in there, replace their old system for either little to no charge. If they're doing enough volume, we'll make it happen. Everything's based on profit. So if they're doing enough volume, we'll probably at least maybe pay for half for the merchant, but there's usually going to be so much savings that it's going to make sense for them to either pay for a new system that they might pay off in 1 month. The example in the statement at the beginning where that merchant was paying $5,000, $5,999 a month. Well, if we're saving him $5,945 or whatever, it would make sense to buy a new POS system. He pays that off in 1 month, and then the rest of the year he's saving $6,000 a month. So it's all in, does it make sense to do it? Is it, cost effective for that merchant to buy a new POS system or, whatever. And if we can integrate, hey, we'll integrate. But in some cases we can't. And if it makes sense, we'll try to make it happen. And it doesn't happen, you can't win them all, just so you know. I mean, you can't get everybody. We'd love to, but some of these POS systems in these big restaurants are $20,000, $30,000. It might not make sense for them to switch over to a Clover or something like that. It's a case by case. Now, you're like yourself, you get this MX gateway, and so do merchants. Obviously yours is different, but for them, every merchant comes with a MX merchant account or Express for free. This enables the merchant to take credit cards anywhere that they have a computer. Now, we don't want them running all their cards on this if they have a storefront with a machine and everything like that. But if their machine were to go down, say the printer breaks or something breaks in the machine, as long as they can log on to the computer, they can process payments through the MX Gateway. The MX Gateway also shows their monthly reporting. It's where they can get their statement. It's really good for the merchant. I mean, it has all the information they could need. For you, it shows the merchants, all the merchants that you have, how much, your compensation analysis, what your residuals will be. All your reporting is in the MX Gateway. Just so you know.
Hello? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. You were kind of quiet there for a second.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this next slide. Sorry. Okay, so now Swipe Simple. This is who we use for our virtual terminal a lot. This is another payment gateway. But it's very cool. We can do the dual pricing on it. It's got an app for the phone. So, let me think of a good industry. Who uses it that I can think of? Okay. So there's an auction house that I know that uses Swipe Simple. Just because they do auctions everywhere. So if somebody doesn't want to, get one of the 4G things, they just want to use their cell phone. This is kind of our cell phone / gateway. But if anybody just wants to process over their phone, we can do the cash discount on their phone, just like it shows up here. Enter the amount, it shows that. You can add the change, yada, yada, yada. It does the cash discount on their phone. Again, you can do it anywhere, whether your phone works. One cool thing about it, and I'm just going to show you this. Wait. Okay. We're almost there, guys. Don't you worry. Okay, Swipe Simple. Real quick, can we find? I had an example. Yeah, we won't even get into it right now. Wait, here we go. This is what I wanted to show you. So it also, like you were saying, Jason, the card readers and stuff like that for your phone. Here's an example of them. These are Bluetooth, so they don't actually have to plug into your phone. So you have to have it charged, but you can Bluetooth it to your phone. You can get one with a printer if you needed to, but if you're just wanting to take payments over your phone, this is the card reader that we send out with it.
Oh, okay. No receipt.
So now, if there is one, but you do have to pay for the receipt printer because it costs a little bit more money. We can give these away for free.
Oh.
So did we go over cost of certain
machines?
Yeah, certain machines.
No, we did not, but I haven't passed that slide, but I will show you. Here's one. Okay. Okay. Whoops. Why it does that? There we go. So here's the cost of the machines. Your regular standalone, this is the cost. So for you to sell them, obviously you want to sell it for a little bit more or sell it for more for your commissions. Now, when you do leasing, and this is just so for you to know, so when you make more money off leasing the equipment. Now, and I need to make another slide for this, and I'll send it to you, Kylie, for the breakdown on leasing. But to cover the cost of a Deja Vu Z8, you only have to really, $29 a month is gonna cover that cost. Plus, you're gonna make $29.99. You'd make about $385 on a Deja Vu Z8. And I'll break it down. I was kind of in the process of doing this, but I'll break it down to where how much, if you lease it for this amount, this is your commission. We say max commission, and that's just because we try not to lease these things for crazy amounts of money. In order for you to hit that amount, though, I mean, you'd have to do it for like $69 a month. Yeah, actually more than that. And you don't want to, I mean, we're in the business of saving people money. Yes, we're in the business of making money. Absolutely. That's why we're here. And building our residuals and building, financial freedom for ourselves. But we don't want to go in here and rip these merchants' heads off.
Right.
A lot of times, merchants, they all talk. Every business owner knows another business owner. We're trying to get referrals. We want to keep a good name for ourselves. The leasing game got really out of hand a few years ago, where people were going in and they're, giving somebody a Deja Vu Z8 that only cost $261, and they were charging them $150 a month for a lease. Well, these leases are 48 months, non-cancelable. So, if you were to get hit with that, you were paying $7,200 when it's all said and done for a $261 machine.
Yeah, that's wild.
That's a little bit high. Now, the benefit of leasing is that machine is always going to be insured. So anything happens to it, we cover it. If it, lightning strikes and it blows up or whatever, we're going to replace that machine as long as it's for the duration of the lease. So for 4 years, we'll replace it for free. I'll break down a better pricing structure. I mean, just kind of think, 29 is your starting point. And as the prices go up, I'd say for every $100, add $10.
So is this going to be printable for us to show merchants or not so much?
I don't know if I'd show them the cost of the machine.
Okay.
You could. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, like I said, we want to be transparent. But you're kind of you're outselling yourself. So say you did it for $39.99 a month. Times 48, they can do the simple math. They're paying 18. When it's all said and done, they'll be paying $1,800 for a machine that's $261.
Okay. I guess, okay. So a better, let me rephrase that then. Say the customer wants to shop around for some of our products. How are we able to show that to them?
Well, here's what they're going to do is they're going to look it up on the internet, and they're going to see these machines for cheaper, for whatever, but anytime that they're free or they're really cheap, I promise it's from a processing company that's trying to get their business.
Mm-hmm.
You really, unless you're a processing company, you can't buy these direct. You can buy them from eBay and things like that. But where we get our machines is not the same price that a regular merchant can get their machines. Clover, on the other hand, Clover is a set amount. So Clover machines, these Clovers down here, we don't really make a lot of money off the Clovers unless we're leasing it. It doesn't matter who you are. You can go to Clover's website and it's the same prices. Mm-hmm. But sometimes a merchant doesn't have $2,000 to drop on a machine. So paying it out monthly is a good deal. And let me put this into, retrospectively, a lot of restaurants, or perspective, not register. Anyway, a lot of restaurants are used to leasing everything. They lease ovens. You can lease blenders. You can lease, kitchen equipment, any kind of kitchen things you can pay monthly for. A lot of restaurants that open a restaurant, whatever, they're leasing a lot of their kitchen stuff. So leasing isn't a crazy thing for a lot of businesses because they do lease a lot of, you can lease anything. I mean, you can lease a vehicle. You see it all the time. People do leases for cars. You can lease, anything out there, a leasing company will lease it to you. So don't be afraid to lease people because there's a lot of businesses are used to it. And like I said, sometimes the merchants they want a point of sale system. These are actually very reasonably priced. I mean, I would say that's a good starting point. Aloha and Micro systems, which are in your Cheddar's, Chili's, places like that. Next time you go to a big restaurant that's, you know, franchise big all over the place, look at their POS system. It's probably going to be Micros, Aloha, or maybe Focus or something
I know
like that. I mean,
where I am, it is predominantly Micros.
okay, so see, so Micros, their micro systems are, they're not cheap. I mean, they are the network. They probably have 5 or 6 different, you know, computer systems in the restaurant that are all networked together. You're probably looking at around 20, 25 grand for something like that. So, you know, I mean, it kind of, this is a good base limit for your mom and pop restaurants. Now,
So just
the
so
thing
I'm
about,
getting this right.
sure,
So
go
when
ahead.
we're going into a merchant, talking to them, you know, giving them our pitch, I guess, for the most part, they're not going to want to choose their system. It's going to be our job to say, okay, what are you using currently? Okay, what we have to offer is, you know, in that same, it does a lot of that same stuff. Is that where?
Correct. Well,
Okay.
and you can kind of start with this. So say I go into you and I say, you know, you own a restaurant or whatever, and I come in and I'm talking to you. You love the idea of cash discount. The first thing you're probably going to ask me is like, well, will it work with my system? You know, because you paid $5,000 for this computer system. And we're going to say, if we don't know right off the bat, you're going to call me, call Joe, call whoever, you know, find out. If we don't know right off the bat, I'm going to say, hey, we'll get the number they call for tech support, and see if you can get a statement. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to call that company and say, hey, what credit card processing companies do y'all integrate with? If they don't integrate with us, then we're going to say, well, Mr. Merchant, you know, we don't integrate with that, you know, that machine or whatever it is. We don't integrate with that, but we do sell, here's, you know, our Clover machines, which do all the same things that your machine does, but we're still going to be saving you that, you know, you can pay $200 a month for this, and we're saving you now, instead of saving you $1,500 a month, we're saving you $1,300 a month. Because you're going to pay the $200 a month for the new POS system.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, and it is, you're right. I mean, it is kind of like we're showing them, hey, here's what we have to offer. But the important thing is you're saving $1,300 a month and you're getting a POS machine that's basically the same thing. It's just you can use our company.
Okay.
And there are other options out there. We're not just limited to these Clovers, but those are pretty much our go-to. If we want to get more advanced, we use a POS system called Union. And Union POS is going to be a little bit more expensive, but it's going to be one of those that's networked. You could have multiple businesses and have them all networked together. And things like that. So that's the reason why I like Chili's, for example. You know, the owner of that franchise that has 50 restaurants can sit at home, log in, and change prices. He can do all that stuff to all 50 locations off one computer.
Okay.
So, you know, and we have that capability. It's just not going to be as, you know, as broad. That's why they're way more expensive, is their technology is just better. These Clover systems are very user-friendly, but they're kind of a base system for your mom and pop restaurants. I mean, yes, we want you to go after big businesses, but I wouldn't suggest going after Chili's or, you know, Cheddar's or places like that. You know, those aren't really our target market. We're looking more for your mom and pop, brick and mortar businesses where you can go in and actually talk to the owner.
Yeah.
Now, as you get going, you know, I mean, in years or 2 or whatever, I mean, you might run into one of these big businesses, and that's where we kind of come in to help you. So don't be afraid to walk into places or talk to multiple locations, because we can probably, you know, somebody's doing the processing. That's how I always look at it. Somebody's doing it. I walk in. Do you remember Hastings? Y'all remember? You all ever have Hastings? Hastings used to sell, hey, you could go rent your video games and stuff from Hastings. It was one of those kind of like a Blockbuster, but they also sold books and stuff like that. Real big in Texas. I walked in and actually got a statement from them. But I think they thought I was their current processor. Anyway, I didn't get it, but you know, I was able to talk my way up to the accountant. And but yeah, I didn't get that account. But hey, you know, I mean, I tried. And here's the funny thing. Yeah, hey, why not? You know, I mean, here's the thing, Kylie, and I'm just telling you that, like, and it's hit and miss. You never know. There are accounts out there that are retirement accounts that you might just run into and somehow meet the owner might be there for some reason. There's the craziest stuff. Here's an example. When I was in Oklahoma City, I walked into this shack. I mean, it was like a shack. I mean, I didn't know. I've got two examples. I mean, I was like, what is this place? I mean, it just looked all run down. I walked in. They're doing $5 million a month. And it's in retirement, but it would have been big time. But $5 million a month. And they did the belt buckles for the PBR. So I would have never, ever, 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 ever thought that this business was something like that. When she handed me that statement, I almost thought it was like a joke or like something. Because I was like, what the? And I looked back and there's all these people just sitting there, you know, engraving all these belt buckles, and it's what it was. It was all the belt buckles for the professional bull riding. In
And
Oklahoma
honestly,
City.
there's going to be a lot of businesses like that where I'm from. I'm in North Dakota. We're not fancy up here.
That's all right.
So yeah, that's actually, you know.
But what do you
I'll
think?
probably run into that too.
What is
What's
North Dakota famous? What is North Dakota? What is y'all's big, like Caterpillar there? I could see like Caterpillar being there or something like that. Like, what are some of the bigger businesses there?
Bobcat. We have, there's John Deere. It's a lot of farming equipment, you know, or oil. That's what we have up here. Farming and oil. So, here's the, okay, so let me tell you this. Peterbilt or whatever that is, trucking.
Peterbilt. Yeah, see, that's big time. Okay, here's a great example
obviously
for
we
you.
have small businesses. We have restaurants. Like we have that. It's just a lot more agricultural up here.
Hey, well, let me tell you this. I mean, and that is not a bad thing by any means, because here's another great example. There's a company called Rush Trucking, and I was sitting at the bar or something, and I got to talking to this guy, and I can't remember, I was up there watching a baseball game or something. I can't remember exactly how all this went down, but he gave me the card to his card, and he worked, I don't know, next door to the accountant for Rush or something like that. Like, I mean, in their offices. And he was like, yeah, why don't you come up? You know, I mean, he was a redneck, you know, me and him just got along. We're talking baseball and blah, blah. Well, I get up there, and number one, I wasn't dressed for the occasion, so I felt like an idiot. But I should have done a little bit more research or some research. That's another thing. But research these people, you know what I mean, before you just walk in. Because I was like, okay, cool. You know, and I say dress. I mean, I was dressed nice. I was in slacks and but a polo. But I did not realize I was walking into a $10 million a month in processing, just in credit cards, account. This building was huge. I was like, oh crap. Whenever I walked in, I was like, man, this is a suit and tie type thing. But whatever. And I still went in, but they were super nice and super friendly. It was a trucking company, you know, so it wasn't like stuck up people or anything like that. I guess I wished I was in more, you know, it was fine, but whatever. But the thing is, like, you never know. And I just thought, because I was sitting there thinking trucking, like, okay, you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to be just, you know what I mean, super dressed up for this. But anyway, I mean, they're super nice. I mean, they're doing they had over 400 locations throughout the, you know what I mean? Like all these trucking places. where they did, I think it was either truck washing. I think they own all the truck washing places in the world or something.
Okay.
And where they pull in and they wash their semis or whatever. Do a ton of volume because all the truckers use credit cards. They all have a company card that they use for gas and all this other stuff, or maintenance, or if they're working for a big company. So, you know what I mean? So don't be afraid to walk into, because a lot of these John Deere, these implements, they're franchises, and they do a lot of volume. Wiley Sprayers is one of my accounts, 14 locations, does about 4 or 5 million a month, and he sells chemical sprayers that attach to farming equipment.
Yeah.
Excuse me real quick.
Sure.
Excuse me, sorry. These franchises, can they do business independently, or do they all have to go through a corporate office? Do all of them go through a corporate office?
Here's the thing on that. These are all great questions because it really depends on the franchise. An example: when I lived in Oklahoma City, Sonic is owned out of Oklahoma City. Corporate Sonic is in Bricktown, which is in Oklahoma City. Corporate Sonic, we signed a franchise of 64 locations. Corporate would not let them switch. They supposedly weren't under an agreement. Well, we found out later they were getting a kickback from Heartland, who was doing their processing. So Heartland was paying them to process. Now, but I want you on that note, we can do the same thing. You get into a big enough business, don't be afraid to tell them and I say big business, we're talking, something like that. If they're doing enough volume, we can make it make sense. Again, this is all based on profit. But to answer your question, Jason, it depends. McDonald's won't let you switch. Subway will. It really just depends on the corporate office.
I'll see if I can get a list together.
That would be helpful because I don't know. I mean, the only way I've found out, like here's an example: Hooters will let you. Some will, some won't. Like Chili's won't, Cheddar's won't. You'd have to have the corporate, all of them. But there are a lot of franchises that will let them do their own processing. I don't know if you remember Quiznos. Quiznos would let you. I used to have 8 Quiznos in West Texas.
Oh, me too.
I love Quiznos. Gosh, I wish that thing had to shut down. But
it shut down?
Yeah,
I didn't even know it shut down.
Everywhere. Yes. I was really upset. I was more upset about not being able to eat there than I was the money side of it.
I used to eat from Quiznos like every day when I was in the
Me too.
Because they had one on base, I think.
Man, I love Quiznos. Yeah, they actually shut the whole operation shut down, which sucked. But yeah, it really just depends on the corporate office. Callie, for you, once you kind of get your knowledge and your terminology and stuff, one thing I've learned in this industry, it is way easier to talk to bigger businesses than it is your really small mom and pops that are really, if they're penny pinching and they're barely making it, they're going to be harder to deal with than a big business that does a lot of volume.
Okay.
And you'll
that
find
makes
that
sense
out.
to me. I can, yeah. So I have another question here.
Sure.
So I'm kind of thinking about approaching a mom and pop oil company.
Okay.
They're based out of Canada. Are we only supposed to do domestic? They're in North Dakota. Their company is just based in Canada.
Where do they, if the company is in America, like the actual physical location, we can do it.
Okay.
And especially, and Canada is one of the places. Go ahead. Sorry. Yeah,
I think Joe told me as long as they do banking and with the U.S. banks or whatever, I think you can
Well, but here's the thing. So, like, and I remember, Jason, I think y'all had gotten that guy from, was he from Puerto Rico or somewhere like that? The only thing
Yeah, that's
is,
what Puerto Rico.
okay, so for some reason we couldn't do Puerto Rico. I mean, even like the business, the business location has to be on U.S. soil, even though Puerto Rico is considered a U.S. province, I guess. It has to be one of the 50 states or whatever.
No.
But here's the thing. So, but if their business is in North Dakota, if that DBA address is in North Dakota, we can do that.
Okay. Well, now that I'm thinking about it, I actually don't think it's in Canada or North Dakota. Their main office, I guess, or building is, I would say that's probably in New Mexico.
And
In
Canada
Mexico?
and America, yeah, Canada and America do business really close. So I think that probably works, you know?
Yeah,
Why not?
Canada actually would. For some reason, Canada is like one of the places that we can do business with.
Okay.
And why them not Costa Rica? I have I mean Puerto Rico. I have no idea. I think if they have different currency, maybe that could have a lot to do with it.
Because I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, if I can get this oil directional company.
Directional drilling company, that would be awesome.
Yeah, my boyfriend works for them. I mean, it's just two brothers who own it. I mean, so it is a small business in a big industry.
Absolutely. In
I
West
would
Texas,
love to get into that.
Well, and don't be afraid to ask. I mean, here's a way to look at it. Somebody's doing their processing right now.
Yeah.
Why not you?
Right.
And a lot of this is going to be timing. And, those guys, even if they're making a ton of money, if you go in and say, hey, you no longer have to pay this bill.
Well, they're very, the specific company that I'm talking about, my boyfriend, I think, is one of 3 employees. And then it's just 2 owners. And then they have a secretary. So very small. And I think they would easily go for this because I mean, they don't like big bank. They don't like, I mean, they're in the oil industry, but they're doing it on their own for a reason. So I think that could be my hook for them. But I just
Sounds
wanted
like a good deal.
So if they're in Canada, I just wanted to make sure that it would be okay. But now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think they are in Canada.
What I say is just, approach them, see what, I mean, it's never going to hurt to ask.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're, if we can work with it, then definitely we will. But if they're using a processor already from here, America or whatever, then we definitely can get in there.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, it never hurts to ask. So that being said, how's everybody doing? I think we're pretty much, I mean, and this is, the pricing and stuff like that. This is all stuff, I mean, and I'm going to send you this PowerPoint for you to go over and, refer to at any time that you need. Here's one, just a couple things we're going to go over. How's everybody doing? Does anybody need to use the bathroom or anything? Or we?
I would actually
no,
like a 5-minute break or something.
Okay. Yeah, let's do. I mean, Jason, is that all right? I mean, we'll do a quick 5-minute, and then we'll be done here in probably like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, let's take a quick 5, and then we'll be back on here. I'm not use the restroom real quick too. So, I'll see you in a second.
All righty.
So what do you think so far?
I'm kind of blown away, if I'm being honest.
There's a lot to it.
It's a lot to it, but I'm very impressed with what you guys are doing, and I am honored to be a part of this. Really, I mean,
We're honored to have you.
it just to me, I see something bigger here, and you guys probably too. That's why you started this,
Mm-hmm.
and I want a hand in that. So yeah, this is amazing. I didn't expect to be here, 3 days ago. So this is very, I don't even have the words for it.
Well, it makes me feel good. That's exciting to hear. So that's how we feel. Yeah, we feel like we've got this opportunity to really not only go out and make some money, but allow our people that work with us to have that freedom as well to make a ton of money.
Yeah.
Like,
well, to take back their business, to take back their, it's a whole thing. I mean, I'm not at all a fan of big banks. Do I like money? Absolutely. There's purpose for money. There's a need for money. But in the wrong hands?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, look at how the world is run, so when we take back our power as small businesses, as people, just this is totally something I want to be a part of.
Yep. And as individuals,
if you guys don't hear this enough, this is big.
Yeah.
This is this is where we make change.
Yeah.
This is how
this is an industry nobody really thinks about. This is an industry nobody thinks about, but it affects us so much,
Right. Yeah, and every business owner, I mean, no one likes getting charged all the fees. Every business owner that I know personally complains of it. It's one of the biggest problems.
And see where it is where we've got to get where you have to get the merchant and people to understand.
Yeah.
It's like I literally, I've been in and off because I've been calls and talking with a merchant that was trying to get it set up with my other book. And he, at the end of the day, basically they wanted more verification on his bank. So he went to his bank. And so when he went to his bank, of course his bank says, "Oh, we can handle your processing." And you're not going to win them over a text message or anything like that. But it's like, the merchants have to understand that these banks are not your friends. They're not there to be like, "Oh yeah, come on in, we're going to help you." They're not doing that. What they're doing is they see dollar signs when you walk through the door, and that's all they see. And they're like, "Oh, if you want to process money, we're going to take it from you." Go ahead.
Yeah, profiting off of vulnerability and just lack of knowledge. So yeah, and I'm in a state that this is a predominantly conservative state. So I mean, I'm speaking before I truly know, but I have a feeling that I can do very well here.
Joe, tell her.
I would absolutely agree.
Joe, tell her your pitch on the social.
So depending on, because there's a lot of deep red areas here in Greensboro, and one thing I've kind of been working it out with people, and it clicks to them. Because I'll tell them, I was like, dude, right now, if you are paying processing at the end of the month where they're deducting fees on everybody, it's a lot like socialism. You're paying everyone else's fees.
Yeah.
Why do you need to do that? And like,
wow, that's a good pitch.
And I understand it when there's people that they make so much money and they're so comfortable. Like, I have a customer of mine that I just basically cut him on a great standard merchant processing because he doesn't want his customers to ever get a fee because he's so comfortable. And so you're going to run into merchants like that where they're still going to want to stick on standard merchant processing. But even then, it's still an account and you're making money on it. Might not be as much as you could on cash discount, but you're still going to make money on it. But then when you find those customers where they are sick of the fees, like I got a gun range that I'm closing in December, setting him up because that's when he wants to do it. And that's what you'll find is you might close them and they're ready to go, but they're like, look, I'm not doing anything with my books until the end of the year. So let's do it. That, you might run into people like that. So then you just calendar them out and you just build that portfolio. But I used that exact pitch on him and he was like, yeah, you're exactly right. That's why I surcharge my customers. And so it was an easy switch for him to go to cash discount because he's already surcharging.
Yeah.
All right, Blake, you can have the floor.
Okay. And one thing kind of on that, I mean, like sort of, I mean, really, well, it is on that note. Like you're talking about kind of taking that, when you're saying kind of taking it back. Banks don't, I mean, think about this. So when a bank offers credit card processing, number one, they don't do processing. They outsource to a company like us. We have bank partnerships. Now we have to pay the bank to give us those referrals, but it's such a misconception that the bank offers the service. People think that they have to go with their bank. So think about this. So if you go in, you get a business loan from your bank. You have a bank account from your bank. You get a business loan from your bank. Then they're doing your processing. So let me gather around this. So number one, you have a debit card or credit card that your bank issued you, personal or business, maybe both. They're making money off that. They're the issuing bank. They make money every time you swipe that card. If they are doing your bank account, most of them, I mean, well, every bank is making money off the money you have in your bank account. They give daily interest. There's two things. They give you a bank loan. You're paying interest rates on the bank loan. Three things. They're doing your merchant services. They're making a ton of money off the merchant services because banks hike those things up. You're going through somebody to get to somebody to do your processing.
Mm-hmm.
So you got three markups there. So, I mean, there's four ways right there that they're making money off of you, but they're supposed to be in your best interest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're taking more money out of your
account. Get your car loan through that. You think
the
they're
next
on
thing
your side.
Yeah, you could be paying them 8 different ways.
Yeah.
But they're supposed to be trying to help you put money in your account, right? No, not by any means. It's crazy. It's so now, banks they don't do processing. Chase used to own Payment Tech, which is that actual processor. I think finally, and somehow, none of the banks actually do processing anymore. It was really Chase that was the bigger one, but they don't. It's a conflict of interest, really. I mean, when it's all said and done, but they outsource it to somebody like us. So if anybody ever tells you, "Hey, I'm with my bank," well, guess what?
Your bank isn't with you.
Yeah. Well, your bank's not your friend, but that's actually great news because we know, banks don't do processing. Here's what about, banks don't do processing. We can actually cut out, everybody knows you cut out a middleman, you make more money. That's what we're doing. Banks outsource to companies like us. We actually have bank partnerships. So why not go direct? Mm-hmm. We'll save you money guaranteed and offer you the exact same thing. So that's a huge thing on the bank side of it. That's just when we're talking about the banks. Banks aren't your friends. They're not here to help or whatever. They're a business. Their business is making money off you. Now with the Durbin Amendment, we're kind of showing this is kind of getting a little bit, but so remember I was talking about on the debit, it was 0.05. Let me go. Was it on this? No, hold on. Sorry, it was on that. So that Durbin Amendment that we're talking about, that changed debit from a percentage to the 0.05 and just an item fee. It was the bigger banks that have to go with that Durbin Amendment. There's a little bit of background information, but any bank that had assets of 10 billion or more, and you'd be surprised, 10 billion is not a crazy amount of money for a business to have assets of. So here's the Durbin Amendment. Durbin Amendment implemented by regulation to whatever provision of the United States law, yada, yada. It requires the Federal Reserve to limit fees charged to retailers for debit card processing. So this is what broke out the tiers when we were also on the 4-tier. It used to only be 3. So when this came out, it broke debit away from just regular credit cards, because credit and debit used to be considered the same. Well, debit was cheaper. They broke this out. And this is also what made us able to do the cash discount. What I was trying to say is so banks were still charging all this, 1.69 or whatever it was percent for for debit cards. And when the Durbin bill came out, I'm going to show you. I'm just looking for the slide. When the Durbin bill came out, it made those fees to where they were right here. So they used to be right around 1 point. They're like 1.15 and 10 cents used to be the cost for debit. Now it's 0.05 and 22 cents. So they basically took all the percentage away. You see what I'm talking about? These are regulated debit. So regulated means it goes by that Durbin Amendment. Not all banks have to do that. It's only banks that have assets of 10 billion or more, which is going to be your Chase, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, the bigger banks. Now, even some of these local banks have assets. I mean, and that's like, that could be your home loans. 10 billion's not a crazy number for a bank to have assets of, especially if they're doing mortgages and things like that. But any bank that has assets of more than 10 billion has to go with the Durbin Amendment, which is actually beneficial to us, because think about this. So on that 3.5% that we're passing on, look at our profit margins on that.
Right.
So the more debit, which restaurants, things of that nature, are going to be a lot more profitable for us to go after.
Okay.
Okay, just a little insider scoop there. But again, it was, banks, they're not on these merchant sides, and you'll love it when you start doing this. And they say, I'm with my bank. And you say, hey, can I get a statement? And I'll show you how your bank is not your friend. And it's really easy to point out when they're paying 4.5%, 5%. Because they're paying a middleman, and we cut out that middleman. Let's see. Okay, so here, why choose us? Cash discount pricing or traditional. We'd have $500 guarantees to any merchant that will save them money. If for some reason we can't, and the reason why we can do this, Kylie, is because it's all based on profits. If we had to go, well, here's the real reason: we do revenue. We do revenue sharing. I mean, you can't be lower than profiting. You know what I mean? Like if we're willing to pay you, if you do cash discount, then you can't get any lower. And we've never had to pay this fee. So you can feel free to offer that to every merchant. Hey, if we can't beat your rates, we'll give you a $500 gift card, because we can always beat their rates. But it's a great way to get in the door if they're kind of hesitant.
Okay.
The same-day funding. Remember, the same-day funding is across the board. So for any merchant, if we can give them till 3 o'clock in the morning to process, and they get their money that day. I need to put that little side note in there, but you'll always get your money within 6 to 24 hours. We're a one-stop shop for all your electronic processing needs. That's, the electronic gateways. And you'd be surprised. Some of these businesses, they sell stuff online. They have a storefront. They might go to like trade shows and things like that. They might need 3 different ways to process credit cards. We can provide all 3, or 4, or however many.
Even interested in some of this for my own business, honestly.
It's and it's great. I mean, and the way we've got things set up is everything's so affordable. I mean, if it's not free, we'll get it to you. I mean, you especially working here, we're going to make whatever happen. But for anybody else, I mean, good night. I mean, there's really no cost to hardly any of this. I think there's like a $10 a month gateway fee. So occasionally you do get a fee for stuff like that, but for $10 a month and you never pay any fees, I mean, that's very affordable, especially when some of these people are paying way more for these services. You have a local rep, and that's another important thing. Hold value in yourself. That's one thing I've harped on for agents of mine is you're more important. Look at it this way: you are more important than any one customer any of these merchants can have. You will put more money in their pocket than any customer that comes in their store. Do not let a merchant talk down to you, give you a bad, like act like, for some reason, business owners think that they hung the moon. Okay. I've been in so many places where I know that the rent might be like $8,000 a month. It's a super nice place. If they're selling candles and they're doing $10,000 a month in processing. Okay. Like right off the bat, I know that guy can't be making more than $10,000, $2,000 a month in profit.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't better than you. You know what I mean? Like, don't let anybody talk down to you or anything like that. You know what I mean? And I don't say like don't fight them, or whatever. But I'm not saying
it's outside right now.
But like, hold value in yourself. I mean, you are more important than any one customer, and it's just at least know that and take it with a grain of salt or whatever. I mean, I've done some crazy things that I'm not going to tell you about, but hold value in yourself because you are more important than any one customer that can come into that business. I mean, nobody goes in there and spends enough money to make them $800, $900 of pure profit a month. Right. It's very rare if they do. Halliburton and Ford maybe or something like that. But other than that, no. So you're the local representative. 24 hours a day. You got customers. Our tech support is all day, every day. We even have translator tech support. If somebody doesn't speak English, we can actually, the tech support office has in-house translators and whatnot. So, we can work with any customer. And they always have 24/7 technical support. 8 through 5, they have our office technical support. So really, you've got two different avenues of technical support if you need it. That's big. So that people always like having somebody to actually talk to. Here's the thing with Square, just so you know, Square. You've seen Square everywhere. They actually have zero. You cannot talk to a person if you process with Square. There's not a person to talk to. It's all done over the internet. I think like Twitter or something. I mean, you cannot speak with a person, and Square is notorious for holding people's money. They've got some kind of crazy algorithm. If you go over your high ticket amount or something like that, they'll hold your funds for 30 to 60 days, and you can't talk to a person to get those funds released.
So yeah, I know a couple of small business owners who use Square, and they're not fans. They don't recommend it to people.
It's Square.
I've heard a lot of flack from.
Well, there's two. You can go save them some money right off the bat, because that's. I'm actually switching a Square customer next week. I mean, she claims to have her own contact, which I find very hard to believe. But she, because I've talked to several people on Square, and it's exactly what Blake said. You can never get anyone on the phone, all this and that. Yeah, it's Square is an easy customer to kind of switch, and I've even gotten some, hairdressers and stuff like that that are using Square on their phones, and you can sell them that solution like Swipe Simple to have that cash discount because hairdressers aren't making a ton of money, and now they're losing 3.5% on that Square swipe.
Yeah.
Well, now that customer pays it for them, and they keep their money. And they're not. I mean, it's not huge money makers, but you're helping them out. And then it's another account. And then if they grow and they get into their own, you just never know what can happen with them.
Mm-hmm.
And not just that. I mean, also, it's just the lack of being able to talk to somebody is a huge selling point. I mean, because if you and anybody that you talk to that's using Square and they've had to deal with that, it's really surprising they're still with Square. I mean, yes, Square is easy to get it set up with, but if you've ever needed your money and somebody's holding your money and you can't talk to a human being, I mean, I can't even imagine how frustrating that'd be. It's frustrating enough for me when I have to, hit 5 different numbers to get to a person when I call in to the bank or AT&T or whoever it is. I'm the guy that's on there just going customer service. Like, I want to talk to a person. I don't want to talk to an automated anything. I want to hear somebody talk back to me, not punch in this and then whatever, especially when it's dealing with your finances, you want your money and you at least want an answer. And that makes it really easy to sell against Square. Plus they're 2.75 and 15 cents right off the bat. You key it in, it's 3.5%. It's as expensive as American Express. We could save Square merchants quite a bit of money. So,
Wow.
and here's another big thing. We don't have any hidden fees or rate increases. I mean, $45. That's what you're going to pay. I've got many statements that I can give you as examples. Somebody could be doing $50,000 a month. They pay $45. $20,000 a month, $45. $230,000.
When someone's first setting up, they purchase our equipment. Roughly how much is that for them that first month? I mean, and that's just on average. I know it's different it's going to be different for everybody, but
if let's just say a regular standalone machine, like a Deja Vu V8, and we do it at $29.99, it's going to be just that 45 plus $29.99. Well, it's going to be $75 a month. And that's and here's the thing, that's only if you want to make money off the equipment sale. If you're fine waiting on the residuals, and I think Joe broke down the residual income and probably in the new hire that he sent you. Joe, did you send that to her, or do I need to?
Yeah, she filled it all out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in there it kind of breaks it out where if with doing a lease on equipment, it allows you to kind of get some upfront pay. Where if depending on the customer, if they got the volume, like Blake said, we got a merchant statement, they're doing $100,000 a month. It might be a scenario where if you want, you don't need to lease any equipment to them. They either purchase the equipment outright, or if with the volume, we might throw it in or something like that. But if they're willing to purchase it outright, that's going to always be the cheapest option for the customer.
For the most part, do they want to stick with their systems that they have? I mean, from your experiences with merchants?
So it depends on what kind. If they're in a POS system where they're doing all their payroll, inventory, all this and that, yes, for the most part, they don't want to move. If they just got a standalone terminal and they're running a cash register, and they don't usually care what kind of terminal it is, but sometimes they might like one that's wireless or something like that. But it really becomes, if you want to get that cash up front, you can sell them a lease. And that's it's really an option for you to put money in your pocket up front.
Okay.
And Jason, I think you were you had a question or?
Oh, no. I accidentally thought you said something to me. You were talking to Joe, so I almost butted in. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Sorry.
I just wanted you to be able to voice your opinion if you needed to.
This is a healthy dose. I'm full. I have the
Okay,
itis
good.
of
Yeah.
whatever of this information. That was a lot.
Yeah, this is
Not to
plenty.
digest.
Yeah, it is a lot, you know, and the thing is, a lot of this is just a lot of it comes to repetition. Um, as far as the sales process is still is the same. I mean, it's Mr. Merchant, you know, would you like to pay a bill or not? And that, I mean, that's the simple concept. But you know, it's educating the merchant on that you no longer have to pay fees. You know, why would you want to do that? To me, it's just a no brainer, and to a lot of people, it is. But to some people, and it's weird, and Joe can attest to this, the smaller merchants feel like their customers are just going to like up and walk out of their restaurant if they charge them another $1.40 or something like that, and it doesn't happen. And every merchant that we got so that was you know kind of skittish and didn't really want to do it, and then they decided to take the leap. Not one of them has gone back to traditional. I mean, occasionally it happens with your bigger ticket items, but not one restaurant has ever come to me and said, "Oh, I just got people complaining left and right." No, the only thing when I go back in and talk to them a couple of months later, it's like, yeah, man, I've had like one person say something, and the amount of money I'm saving, screw that person. You know what I mean? Like, and it's, I literally had a guy tell, and this is at an oil change place. He told the lady that was complaining, she came in and got an inspection that was $7. She called him later and was complaining, saying she looked at her credit card statement and she was charged $7.25 or something. And he straight up, he told her, he said, yeah. He said, you pay at the card, you pay a fee. And she was like, well, you never told me that. And he goes, you know what? Next time, go get your oil change somewhere else. Or, I mean, go get your inspection somewhere else. It's not worth her $7 that he doesn't even get is not worth the good gosh. I mean, they were doing like 300,000. I was saving them, I mean, like almost $80,000 a year or something like that. I mean, it's something crazy. So that $7 and one customer that complains is not worth the amount of savings that they're going to get. And once they see it, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's the price that the customer pays for the convenience of plastic. So to me, it doesn't make sense for people to complain about that, but I can see that there are definitely people that would.
And there's people that will complain about anything.
Yeah.
Again, it all goes kind of back.
People get paid to complain about anything. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I mean, that's true. You know, I mean, like Yelpers or whatever, you know, I mean, like
we used to call them cave people. Citizens against virtually everything.
Yeah. And there's a Karen in every, you know, I mean, there's people that will complain about every single thing that happens just because they're unhappy in their life or whatever it is. You know, you can't keep everybody happy, but we can dang sure help these merchants come back, you know, and put more money in their pocket. I mean, we're helping small business. And that's the bottom line. Yes, we're making money off of it. We're not doing this for free, but the amount of money we're putting back in these merchants' pockets, you create friends and you create relationships. And like I've told Joe, I mean, go get you a mechanic in your town, get you, you know, things that you use, heating and air guy, HVAC, and you'll get discounts and stuff like that. Like, I mean, I've got everywhere. I used to travel everywhere. I had a mechanic in most of the places that I would like stay the night. Because at the time, my car always had issues. So I was always going to mechanic. So I said, you know what? I'm going to, sign up one of these. And then I had a guy, he would sometimes fix my stuff for free because of the amount of money that I put back in his pocket. And if he charged me, it was usually cost or just labor or something like that. I mean, you can create good relationships with people in any industry because of what we're doing for them. And this is so unique and cool. That's what I enjoy that.
And I'm sure merchants, a lot of them probably value that they are giving that money to real people that they know rather than big bank corporations, that kind of thing. I think that a lot of people up here where I am are gonna look at it that way.
Absolutely, and especially, right. Oh, I know you are, because and that's just the thing is, like a restaurant that I signed up, I would go eat there. You know, and I'm kind of the type, like if I went into your business, tried to sell you, you told me no, I'm probably not going to come in there and eat on a regular basis. And that's just the way it is. But, or unless I really wanted that business, I would start eating there and start, you know, because it is a relationship business. They might just think you're a fly by night salesman. I don't, you know, I mean, that does happen, but you're creating relationships with merchants. And that's, you know, that's the cool thing about it is we're helping them out. We're creating relationships, and it's good for everybody in, you know, the process. Just a few things real quick before, and we're almost out of here. Before the sales process begins, the 3 things you need to know to prepare for success. I've always told everybody this: your appearance, you know, mirror the merchant. If you're in the country, dress casual. You know, I used to wear jeans and boots and a polo. You want to look professional enough to where when they're handing you their bank statement, they're not questioning, you know what I mean? Like you don't want them questioning you. I mean, you want to look professional, but you don't have to be in a suit or suit and tie. I tell people not to. If you're just working, even if you're in a big city, in San Antonio, I wear shorts. I mean, because it's 105 degrees every day, but I wear like a nice shorts, a polo shirt tucked in, you know, and some nice shoes, but I'm not in a suit or in slack, you know, I mean, I want to mirror the merchants that I'm going into, because when you walk in, you don't want them to think the very first thing, what is this guy selling? You want to kind of appear like maybe a customer, but a well-dressed customer. And also we are dealing with their finances. So you want to look professional enough to where they're not afraid that, you know, this person is going to be dealing with my finances. I don't think so. So mirror the merchant is usually what I say. And then preparation, you know, I mean, have your paperwork in your car, but don't take it in, you know, I mean, take a flyer, your business cards, but don't come in carrying like a satchel or an attache. You know, you don't want to walk in carrying a briefcase or whatever. You want to go in and create a relationship with these merchants. It's not, you know what I mean? I mean, it's a relationship business. So don't just try to look super salesy. Also, you know, be confident. Like I said, you're more important than any other customer. Schedule, you know, girls are typically way better at scheduling than I am. I know for sure. But you know what I mean? Like, know kind of where you're going to go. Here's another thing in holding value. So, and you're gonna make this mistake, and it's fine. You'll learn. But you know, when you go into a merchant, some of these people will try to get you to come back multiple times just to see if you will, you know, or just to see if you'll, you know, you'll do what they wanted to. Well, here's the thing. Always kind of keep, if they haven't given you a statement and you're doing a presentation, don't do it on their time. You know, say, if he's like, oh, can you come back tomorrow? Well, actually, no, Mr. Merchant, I'm going to be over here tomorrow. I've got a lot of people that are trying to get signed up. You know, this is a great product. We're putting a lot of money in people's pockets. I'll be back in this area on Wednesday. What time Wednesday would be good? Make it your appointment.
Yeah.
And because you are, I mean, and I was the same way. I mean, it's like, I just want to get the deal. I just want to get the deal. You'll find that if you hold that value to yourself, you will be more successful, just because merchants can sense that neediness. And if you tell them no, it really goes a long way. And it really makes them think, maybe a lot of people are signing up, you know. But if you're just like, oh yeah, what time? Okay, I'll be back. You know, then that kind of shows them you're more needy and they're going to try to get more out of it. So do kind of try to schedule like one side of town one day, the other side of town the next. I don't know how big the town is you live in, but I would try to.
It's big enough.
It's big enough. Okay. Well, see, like San Antonio, I mean, getting out one side of town to the other is an hour and 45 minutes away. So if I'm working, you know, north, let's say, I'm not going to drive all the way south just for one business, unless it's paperwork day. Other than that, and even on that day, I would schedule down there. because the less windshield time, the better. Gas is expensive. As long as diaper brains in office, it's just going to keep going up. But sorry, whatever. But I mean, that's just a thought that that's it. But anyway, that's what it is. So I try not to use. I drive a truck. I'm not going to be driving all over the place. I try to make your schedule. The business card leads. Well, I'm going to do that right before the sales process. The business card leads. This is great for you. Anytime you go into a business and the owner's not there, try to get their business card. And write on the card the name of the owner, and maybe when it time any notes or anything like that. But at the end of the day or end of the week, whatever, send those business cards in. We'll call those businesses for you. We'll give them to our telemarketers. They'll call those businesses and see if we can set you appointments. And they're really kind of warm leads because they'll say, yes, Tally was in your business yesterday, and you weren't there, she missed you, but we're trying to see when a good time to set up an appointment to see if we can save you all your bill and your merchant services. When would be a good time for that? And you'd be surprised, you get good leads off the business card lead program. So try to get a business card, and here's a little script, and again, I'll send it to you. But it really will. It'll boost your sales. I mean, I've watched it happen, so I know it works. Now the sales process. So this is just sort of walking in. A lot of people think cold calling is sometimes they think it's over the phone. In this industry, we want you to go talk to these merchants. Get in front of their face.
Right.
It's a lot easier for somebody to say no over the phone than it is in person, and especially. It's the timing thing. It might be the right time. They might have just looked at their bill and gone, gosh, why am I paying so much? And then you come walking in and bam. I don't know how many times I've been working on a business and they told me no. And then I come back in again a few months later and they've already switched to somebody. It's straight timing sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as whenever you walk in, this is my pitch. I mean, usually, and Joe, you can give yours, but so I just walk in, and if it's a business that I can kind of relate to, like for me, it'd be like a hunting place or something like that. I might kind of start off talking to them about something in their shop, but then I always just say, so hey, what I'm here for, or what I do is I'm in the merchant services industry. Where is this? Okay. Here we go. Hello, my name is Blake. I wanted to come in, introduce myself, and I hand him a card. I know you're busy. I don't want to take up much of your time. Let me get a card from you. I don't use this next line. When I have my secretary call, I don't say that or anything, but I do use this first part. I know you're extremely busy, and this is what I tell them. I know you get a lot of calls on your credit card, on your merchant services, your credit card processing. I just wanted to tell you about our program and see if it would be something that would interest you. If so, we could either set up a time, we could talk about it now, whatever. And you're just kind of feeling out the merchant, just seeing what, if there's busy and there's tons of people in there, that's probably not the best time to talk to them. But at least get a card, let them know what you're there for, and then maybe you can schedule something for later. Joe, you can attest to this. What was the other day? Like you were talking to somebody and they had people there, and he was like, well, no, I want to talk about this now. I think it was you. It might have been Dwight. But anyway, the timing thing. I mean, sometimes they're mad at their company. They've just gotten their bill. They want to do something. And when you come in, it's the perfect time. And they'll make time for you.
Or they'll straight up tell you, and like sometimes it is, you put it in the calendar and hit them back up 2-3 months later and they're ready to go. So it's, it's worth going in and talking to those businesses. And, sometimes I'll like, if it's not a business that I really, have anything where I can kind of do small talk with, I might just ask, hey, because you can kind of tell if it's an employee or a merchant at the front desk. You'll be like, hey, are you the one that maybe handles the credit cards here? And they're like, oh no, that's Jim, or, and they'll kind of tell you who. And then you walk around the store and then you kind of ask these, oh, is Jim here? And then, it's a good way to kind of figure stuff out. So, and especially, I mean, as long as you have the ability to just kind of walk up and like ask questions, it's really is. You're just conversating with folks. And if they say no instantly, I'm like, no, I'm really happy with my guy. Or if they name their merchant rep by name, no, I got a guy billed. It's perfect. You're not doing anything there. I mean, you can put them down and maybe see them down the road, but they're in a happy relationship, especially if they're on a cash discount or certain whatever it is. Like, there's a reason why they know their merchant guy by name.
Correct. And here's one thing that's always helped me is, and you can even look up, like on YouTube, there's credit card, cold calls and stuff like that. But here's one thing that I think is pretty, I mean, it works almost every time. It's always, you want to ask open-ended questions. And by that, it's like, so Mr. Merchant, if we had a way that we could completely eliminate your processing bill, or, if we could eliminate your processing fees, would that be something you'd be more interested in? Like, why would you say no to that?
Right.
Like, no, I love paying fees. You know what I mean? Like that would be dumb. You know what I mean? Like, and if they tell you, no, I like paying fees or whatever, then that guy might be too dumb to talk to anyway. But like, it's a good open-ended question. If there was a way we could eliminate those fees, still process your money, maybe get your money faster, is that something you'd be more interested in hearing about? The answer is going to be yes. Okay, great. When's a good time? Or do you have 5 to 10 minutes? I can give you my pitch. I mean, you can be nonchalant and still sell at the same time. Mm-hmm. And it's going to take practice. It's repetition. Trust me, I've used everything in the book. I walked in one time and I said, "Hey, I'm here to fix your credit card machine." And the guy goes, "What?" And I go, "Yeah, it's charging you too much." and like the guy, I mean, it didn't really work, but I was just trying things out. Not going to lie to you and tell you I got the business, because I didn't. But, it was just something I was trying out, and whatever. I didn't care. I mean, you have to understand that you got to make this fun. You're going to get told no a lot. So make it fun. I mean, have a good time with it. Don't, take everything with a grain of salt. You're going to get no's. Your real main objective is find out how many no's it takes to get to that yes.
In one of my, I read a sales book that said to try to get people to say no. Like, say your goal, like you want to get 50 people to say no to you. Not the first 50, you might get some yeses in there, and that's great. But it was just a kind of a way of spinning it to get more yeses, is try to get more no's. So
exactly.
no is a really good word for me. I have no problem with the word no.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be successful.
Not right now.
Okay.
No,
absolutely.
Excuse me. I just want to say, I think that's very good. That I was going to recommend, reading books, but you already been reading them, so you're definitely, tuned in, and I definitely believe, based on everything you said, that you're going to be very successful.
I think so too.
I hope. I have faith, though. I mean, and I'm not just North Dakota itself is kind of podunk, but I'm in Bismarck. I'm in the capital city. There's going to be good. I have no fear of my market here.
Good. As long as you're able to walk in, talk to a merchant, walk in, introduce yourself, and really just explain the product. I mean, that's if you just went around and your goal all day was, today I'm going to tell 25 merchants about what I do. Mm-hmm. That's a great way to look at it, because just by telling them, you can eliminate their fees 100%, other than the service fee, but you can just say eliminate their fees, because they're no longer paying processing fees. If you want to get technical, they're just going to pay a monthly fee, whatever. But right. If you make your goal, like, I'm going to tell 25 people today that I can eliminate their fees. And if that was it, not even trying to get a statement or anything, but you're gonna get results out of that. Mm-hmm. Because there are people, I mean, when you say that, I'm telling you, there's people every day that are looking at this, just, mind boggling, going, gosh, I'm paying 4%, 3-4%. I mean, they get their bill every on the second, usually, of every month. And most of these merchants, I mean, they know what they're paying in credit card fees. The bigger the merchant, the more substantial of the amount. And like you said earlier, you said it yourself, most people are not happy with paying these fees.
Most people are vocally unhappy.
Mm-hmm. And you might be in an area that this market has not really been touched by.
I have never heard of this before. Like, this is groundbreaking to me. And I feel like once I tell some of my people about, and word of mouth is a huge, probably everywhere, but in North Dakota, I would say especially, because we are so small. We are, even in Bismarck, I think we have, which probably is not very many people to you guys, but I think our population is 100,000 people.
That's plenty. I mean,
that's still a lot of people. That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole bunch of smaller towns surrounding Bismarck. And like, people know it's a small world here. People talk.
And that's the thing. And
I'm excited for this. Like, I think this is going to be a great opportunity for myself, my family, and my community. I'm really excited.
I think you're going to be great at for like just your personality and everything from what I'm picking up. I think if you were to kind of tailor this, and we can make flyers, that you can kind of edit, like you could put something, bringing money back down to the local business or something, I mean, you can tailor your thing to where because you are, it's not like it's a lie. I mean, you are, and use that. And because that was kind of the next thing I was going to kind of touch on is referrals. Once you get somebody set up and they process the month and they see, oh yeah, this is real, then you go in and say, okay, great, everything's on the up and up. Yeah, you didn't pay him, you only paid $45, right? Yeah, that's just great. I love this. Who do you know anybody else I could talk to? Oh yeah, I know, bam, they're going to spit out 4 or 5 names of people that they either do business with or they know that, because a lot of these merchants, they talk to each other. And if they get set up with a good company, next thing you know, they're using that company. Mm-hmm. So you can use that to your advantage. And, it really, I mean, Joe can attest to this, gets you one well-known business. That a lot of, like Joe with that tire store, your tire store, you get you one good business that's been around and the people know, and it might be somebody you've done business with a lot. But if you can get one restaurant, one place that's very frequented, I think that's the word. Anyway, that is a great name drop. For anywhere.
Then they start stacking up, because then you have, this pawn shop, and or Gun, Tire, and Auto, and that's my business that's been around for 50 years. So everyone knows Starlin, and then it's just like, oh, okay. And then, they can go ask Starlin, and the next thing you know, they're calling me back and saying, hey, yeah, let's have a conversation.
And that's one thing I love about Joe, is he's always saying, I had a great conversation with the guy. And that's where it starts, and this is not typically a one call close. So it's you're planting a seed, you got to water it, and then it'll grow. So your first call is planting that seed. You're just letting them know what you're there for, what you do, how you can help. And if they're not interested right then, the next time you come in, they're already going to know, and you never know. Something could have happened. I mean, this is timing, a lot of it, but no doesn't mean no. It means not right now.
Right. Too. That's one of my biggest things I live by, even with my business, is, am I trying to make sales and make money? Absolutely. But I value a great conversation just as much as I value a great sale.
And people remember those conversations. So that's, you know, that's a huge part of it. So, I mean, I think you're going to do, you know, really well. It's, you know, and I'm not, I mean, I think, you know, time wise, we've been on here long enough. We're not going to go into the, you know, crazy, into the objections unless there's anything that you want to go over. But, you know, like I said, I'm going to send this to you. And we can even get on another call, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
tomorrow or just whenever. But I think everybody's brains are probably about racked out. I mean, I don't know how y'all feel. I mean, y'all tell me. I mean, I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine, but you know, I mean, I'll send you these objections. If there's anything, you know, you can go over them. And if there's anything, you know, you want to know more about, but these objections have been around forever and they've been the same. Nothing has changed. You know, it's just it's repetition, and you'll learn this stuff a lot when you're out in the field talking to people. And like I said, again, we're always here to help. That's one thing me and Joe are really good at. We'll answer the phone. We'll help you out. Use us. You know, I mean, use us to your advantage.
Yeah, and I'm, like I said at the beginning of the call too, is if I have questions, I'm going to ask. I'm not the type of person to guess or, you know, no, I'm not. I'll ask.
And
so if you get 15 to 20 calls from me a day, don't say I didn't warn you.
Hey, that's good. That means we know you're talking to people.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That means I know you're out there and you're having those conversations, and because that's exactly how I was when I came out. I was, you know, blowing up this other guy, John, and then it was even, you know, 7-8 months ago, I was blowing up Blake when I was learning how to do everything. Mm-hmm. And it was a scenario where it's like, yeah, I mean, you've got to have those conversations, and you want to lean on the people that have already gone through that, and they can help you because then you can go back and say, oh yeah, we can do that, and this is how we would do it. And it's because, you know, I walked into one where, you know, you're going to walk into situations where I walked in and there was already some rep there trying to sell them on a POS system. It's my first appointment I ever run. One of my first appointments ever. And this lady goes to me, she's like, oh yeah, I used to work for that company and all this and that. And she's like, yeah, you can't integrate with this POS. So like, I was really fresh. I didn't really know much. There's so many different POS systems out there. Without calling my manager, I didn't have that answer. So I just kind of stuck around, listened, and, you know, was talking to the guy a little bit, showing him my marketing material, saying this. And I was like, you know, if we can do that, I can give you this. He's like, oh, I want this. So I got out. I called my manager up, found out, yeah, we actually can integrate in. I go back there the next day without him, no appointment, no nothing, come in and say, hey, Mauricio, guess what? We can integrate. Okay, Joe, let's do it. I could have just listened to what she said and walked away and never, but you know, and that's, so you definitely want to do your research and ask those questions, because I got him now and he calls me without fail after every bank holiday. He's Spanish and it's hilarious, but he doesn't go on the MX or anything. So when he doesn't get paid, he calls me up and says, hey, what's going on? I look everything up for him. And I don't mind, because that's part of this. That's the service that I provide for him, and that's part of that relationship. Because if I know, whenever I'm out in Gibsonville, I'm going to get great tacos every time I go out there. I feel like he gives me, like, he loads these tacos up. Like, I don't think you're getting the same tacos. I pay for them still, but I don't care. But you get 2 tacos and you're stuffed for the day. And just like Blake said, these merchants appreciate it, because he went from spending $900 a month to now he's paying nothing.
Well, one thing I would suggest, just from a general salesperson, technical standpoint, you already read books. That's great. Try to use Google Calendar as like a reminder, if you to check on certain businesses that, you know, you might have to check on a few times, and see if you're not using any kind of apps like organizational apps and things like that. It takes a while to get used to them, but it really makes life a lot easier for you, and you can you know, grow a bit easier and get things done if you get to use them. So that's just my little input.
Yeah,
and that's great advice, because I mean, until we're working on, I'm looking at several different CRMs. We're working on getting hooked up with one that you can use that, helps with the scheduling and everything else. And as soon as we get that, we decide on one and we'll roll that out. But it's a calendar. I mean, Google Calendar is great. And that's great about it. It's definitely organization is big because merchants sometimes, they might tell you, oh, well, if you can come back or whatever, like I said, make it on your time. But if it's something they have to do, like, well, I'm only going to be here until whatever, and then I go out of town. Well, you might want to make that appointment because if they're trying to make an appointment with you, they are interested,
Right.
but we're not saying that. I'm talking about kind of the guys that are just blowing you. Some of these people will just kind of just blow you off and you'll get that sense, it's definitely, you'll pick up the people that are blowing smoke and the people that are actually being serious, and so if they're just blowing smoke, do it on your time. But if they're serious about it, we are there for them as well.
Yeah.
I don't know anything else. Jason, you got some great advice. That's everything's. Everything these guys are telling you, they've been in sales a long time. It's, sales is still sales. It's still a numbers game. It's relationships and it's timing. But you can definitely maximize your, potential in your closing just by doing a few small things. But I think you definitely got the right idea. And again, if you wanted to even put on your flyers, your little, may come up with a slogan or something. This is your business, and we're just here to help you grow it. So treat it like that,
Speaking of, there is actually a question.
Sure.
So, do I make a business, or how do I go about this for my books?
Here's what I
would.
Do I
recommend. Start a business?
Yes.
Okay.
What I would recommend is setting up some type of like an LLC
Okay.
to where
Later on.
But even just for later on, like you don't need to do it right off the bat, but as you start building and growing and building a portfolio, it doesn't cost much. Costs you, I think, like $175 with the Secretary of State there. And then you can set it up to where, I have two different businesses, but you can set it up, get basically an LLC that you can then send a letter to the IRS that have yourself taxed as an S Corp. So you have all the LLC coverage, but then you're taxed as an S Corp because then that gives you all kinds of capabilities down the road as you build a big portfolio up to basically protect that income.
Okay.
And that's something that we can get with off, privately, and I can help, basically kind of help you out there because that's, in the same aspect that we want to be helping out, save merchants money. I want to help, our salespeople that start building their portfolios to protect that money and make it generational type income.
Yeah. Perfect.
And like I said, and get some money rolling in, get some residual, see the residual income. And that's really, once you start seeing what these accounts produce for you, and I think in Joe's, breakdown, you find one or two, decent, good sized accounts. You're literally making, $6,000 to $7,000 annually. And that's sort of how you have to look at this, is that, this is based on, monthly yet an annual income. One deal could potentially bring you in, good night, $6,000 to $7,000 a year in income. 10 of those, you just increase your income $60,000 to $70,000 a year. And it sounds crazy. The numbers sound wild, but it's true.
You have 100,000 people to get that done. That's odds, some good odds in your favor.
Absolutely.
Yeah, like I said, I'm excited for this. I don't think I'm going to have any, real problems making accounts. But this is the first, this is the first money maker I've ever been a part of. So I'll definitely need help with just questions like, I mean, you said, you know, set up an LLC and then talk to the IRS. My brain was like, oh God.
Basically all you have to do is send a letter in that basically allows your LLC to be taxed as an S corp.
Okay.
Which then, especially because then what you is like, this is more for down the road. Say you've built a big book up, you got money coming in. I mean, you can then hire yourself as an employee of the business, pay yourself a salary. And so what happens is not only the salary is being taxed, and then the rest gets paid you as distribution. And there's just all kinds of different ways once the money's rolling in to kind of protect that money.
Okay.
But first step, get the money rolling in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, but then, and like Joe's saying, I mean, there's definitely ways to keep that money as opposed to having to give it, you know, as taxes or whatever. I mean, you know how.
Yeah,
you know,
because
like,
I mean, if you built a book where, and it's a good question, because if you built a book that, you know, you go out there and you just kill it, and you know, all of a sudden a year later you got a book that's generating you 15, 20K a month, and you're paying all of that as a 1099, the tax rate on that is insane. But if you put that under an LLC and then set it all up correctly, you're cutting your tax liability down by probably almost 70%. That's how nice you can do that.
And Jazz is actually really knowledgeable in that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Financial.
Exactly. So he'll be able to help you out and all that in that area as well.
One last thing, just general motivation, you know. I don't know if you guys ever seen the show called Better Call Saul. You seen that show? Oh, you never seen it? Well, there's this one lawyer. She lost her job and she lost her firm, and she decided that, you know, she needed to bring, you know, get a client because she has no clients now. She's not with a firm, and she sat on the phone for like 3 days straight, calling hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and then she got that one amazing client that pretty much took care of her, you know. And I'm pretty certain, like, if myself and Joe and Blake have gone through those situations where, you know, it might seem discouraging for a season, but if you just keep pushing, you know, you're eventually going to get something good. So I'm that's all I would say, you know, just
you just never know. Like, it happened to me yesterday. I had a paid event that I went down for my marketing and Liberty Printing and Marketing business. And I walked, it was at a golf course, and found out that the general manager happened to be there. Now it's down in a beautiful area down in Pinehurst, all kinds of history and stuff like that, but it's north of there. It's the town north of there. And it really wasn't all that beautiful of a golf course. It was an older golf course. And I walked into the pro shop and just, you know, because I saw they had signs saying that they were charging 2.5% on all the cards. And I was like, oh, okay. And so I'm like, they're already on a cash discount type program. So, you know, that's probably, they've got it low enough to where they're probably breaking even, not making any money, but they're surcharging. So it was their own kind of like version of a cash discount program. Long story short, I talked to the guy in the pro shop, and he was like, yeah, the manager's around. And he's the general manager. I was like, oh, okay. So I was there early. So I kind of just explored this little golf facility. Next thing you know, I found there was a guy sitting in a room that definitely looked like it was a general manager. I walked by him and he's like, excuse me. I'm like, oh, I'm just kind of exploring. I was like, are you the general manager? He's like, yeah. He's like, and so I walked in there and gave him my cards. And because, like Blake has said, we got a revenue sharing program. I started talking to him, and I actually, you know, I gave him my initial line. I was like, I know, you know, you're a business owner, you're running this business. You're probably not even thinking about credit cards because you got your system in place. He's like, well, actually, that's not true. I was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, we just bought this place. We're here. I've been here for about 8 weeks. I don't even have a business card to give you, but we own 127 golf courses around the country. And if you're offering me revenue sharing, I am absolutely going to talk to the owners. So that just went from, I had no idea what was going to happen to, oh my goodness, it could be 125 golf courses with that we can set them up on a revenue sharing program. I mean, that's where you're going to have something. You walk into a place that's doing cash discount, you have that ability where you can give them 10% of the contract paid out to them twice a year. And that's where it's like, as you get going and you might find a cash discount or find someone that's doing a surcharging, and that could be the last thing you throw at them and say, hey, would revenue sharing work for you? And that could be the difference between you walking out without a deal or having a deal. And that's an added arrow that no other business no other processor has. So that's where you really have a ground floor opportunity.
Okay.
And like you said, I mean, it's got to make sense. I mean, obviously, find the volume and everything else. But I mean, again, like what Joe said, I mean, this is such a timing based thing that, I mean, you never know. And again, like, don't be afraid to walk in to just something that you don't think is going to be big. You don't think it's a good, big enough or something like that. I was actually looking for, I've got the statements for Yeti coolers. And when I walked in, and everybody's heard of Yeti, they're based out of Austin. But when I walked into this place, this was years ago, it was just in a big warehouse. They didn't even have a sign that said Yeti coolers. I walked in, got to talking to them. They gave me a statement. At this time, probably 10, 15 years ago, they were only doing $1 million a month. And I say only $1 million a month, but they were doing $1 million a month. There's no telling what they're doing now. I could have been just working straight for Yeti right now and been basically fishing and retired. But, I mean, it just didn't work out like that. But I would have never known unless I just took a chance and walked in. And that's the thing. When you're walking into these businesses and you see one that might look a little rinky-dink or something, you never know. They might be selling things online and doing 100 and something thousand a month and out of a little, whatever. Just, never underestimate what you're walking into, because you'll find that there's a lot of bigger businesses that have a very low overhead, and they're shipping stuff all over the world or something. You never know. So, that being said, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say that's something that we learn here pretty quick in North Dakota. Not everybody is flashy, but a lot of people have money.
Yeah. And you know what? And here's the thing, those are the business owners. I'm telling you, and joking and testing, and the bigger the businesses, and those people are financially smart. And when you approach them with something like this, to where you're eliminating a bill completely, it's so much easier to talk to them than it is a lot of these businesses.
Yeah, it's 100% right. I mean, once a business kind of gets over that like $50,000 to $75,000 a month, they start that's usually where a business owner starts to build some structure, starts to delegate some things out. And now you're in $100,000 a month, maybe $200,000. They got their own people that are handling merchant processing. So yeah, you still have to go to the merchant and kind of get that approval, but you can kind of go through that whole process, usually with an employee, that now you're kind of making them look great because they're cutting a huge bill out. So like that, and that's where it does work in your favor, where yeah, you can go around and close those $10,000 a month merchants that aren't doing that. It's just the single guy working there. It's not bad, but when you get up over 50, 75, it actually makes it almost a little easier of a sale for you.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, do not be afraid to talk to anybody, because it's crazy the people that you'll walk into. I mean, it'll blow you away. Some of these businesses, like I said, like the PBR thing. Some of these places are just doing so much volume, and you just never expect it. And so don't, those implement houses, the John Deere. I know from Joe, didn't you get an appointment with one of those not too long ago, or the John Deere?
Well, I got an appointment with a big Kubota dealership that I mean, they do big time money. It's unfortunately it was more of a family issue that the reason why I didn't get the account than the guy I knew owned the company, but had given up financial control to a son-in-law, and the son-in-law had already made a decision and he was not going to change. So it was more of a family issue on that, the reason why I didn't get that account. But I'm working an account right now that is quality service equipment here, which we thought initially was maybe 9-10 locations, and it's actually 34. And they can completely control all of their processing, because that's where sometimes, like, you get in the wrong industry, they don't control their processing because they know there's so much money to be made there. Like a lot of the franchises, if it's a franchise owner, I mean, you might catch some that they do, but the majority of these franchises, they dictate who they can process through because they want to get a piece of that processing.
Yeah, I'll still see my screen.
Yeah, it's just a little blurry.
Looky there. Too bad I didn't.
Wow, yeah.
This was in 2010. That tells you how long I was out there still beating the streets. 2010. Just walk in and boom. That was it. In 2010, they were doing what, $705,000. I would love to know what they're doing now. I mean, it's got to be in the $30-40 million a month range.
Oh, and they were on QuickBooks back then too.
Yep.
Using Intuit.
That's what I was saying. It was that we were going to have to get them a whole new account, and it was going to cost about $3,000 or so to get them all set up. This is right when the previous company that I was with started, and we didn't have any money, to pay that $3,000 was like, and this was before cash discount. So, the cash discount came out in 2011. This is 1 year away. And, we just kind of passed it up. We're like, man, that would have been a great account. The profit wasn't huge, but if I'd have known what I knew today,
you would have taken a loan out for that $3,000.
I would have sold the kidney for that.
Well, that brings up an interesting point. I need to ask this. So that means that if you sell a business, even when they're small, if they grow, that means their monthly rates will grow, and you benefit from their growth.
100%.
Oh wow! So the better the business does over time, your commission checks go up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
Especially on a cash discount, because they're just processing more, and you're going to make more profit on that side. But even on a standard merchant processing, because it's just the matter of volume. More volume puts more money in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, this account right here, at just this volume, let's see, would bring you in. So, now, at this volume here, would bring me in $3,500 a month at $705,000. That's there. Now, what they were doing now, the numbers would be insane. I mean, I can tell you.
I don't know what they're doing, but that's fine. And we're at 3:30.
Yeah, we're
probably.
It would bring you about $98,000 a month if they were doing $20 million a month. I think I could live on 98,000. You know,
I could get by.
You know, I could maybe slide through. You know, I don't know, but I think I could probably make it. You know, but yeah. So
If I
like
had
said,
to.
if I just had to live, you know, I mean, like a peasant. But you know, I mean, but the thing is, you know, the thing is, it's there. They're out there, and it'll hit you. They come at the craziest time. So just a little motivation for you. That don't underestimate.
Yeah, the retirement accounts are out there. You catch a gas station. I've got one that I'm working that the conglomerate that owns these gas stations, they got like 56 gas stations between Virginia and North Carolina. And so it's like, if I can get in touch with that group, it's just, you know, you'll get into accounts like that where it's, you know, it's going to take a couple months to close them or even get to that decision maker. But in the long run, if you're able to get the deal, it's worth it. And then at the same sense, they're not things that you're doing every day. So you can go out and see all those other businesses and make those cold calls out in person to see those merchants, because that's going to bring in the kind of the quicker money.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. But all right. Well, I mean, we'll wrap things up. I mean, thank you very much for being here. Everybody, and everybody's input's amazing. I mean, this is just, I mean, Tyler, your explanation of, you know, like the shipping thing. I mean, that's great. I've been 17, never thought of that. You know, so I mean, your input's amazing, and we appreciate it. And I really look forward to seeing what you can do. And again, this is what you make it. Treat it like your business, because essentially it is. And you know, we're here to help you along the way. Call us as much as you want, and there's still training to do. You know, I mean, there's still things I didn't cover, but this is enough to to definitely, you know, try to absorb the next couple of days and the weekend. I'm going to send you this PowerPoint. Go over it. Any questions, you know, we'll keep going. Your business cards will be ordered and be sent to you. And then we'll just kind of take it from there.
That sounds perfect. Seriously, Joe, I appreciate this opportunity. Like, it came out of nowhere. So really, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here.
God has ways of working things out.
You were destined.
It does. Well, and the
destined to
crazy
be
thing
here.
is I don't know if you guys are into manifesting. That's my whole thing. I manifested a way to make money, and it literally it was set at my feet, basically. So I take this as a huge sign from the universe.
Mm-hmm. God has a way of speaking things out. So
yeah.
I mean, and the thing is what you got to, you know, take those blessings and run with them. You know, I mean, and it's because these opportunities don't come along all the time. And I'm not just saying just for this industry, but it's any like an industry, the opportunity we were given came from, you know, relationships, and just, you know, I wasn't expecting to get the kind of deal I wanted. I wanted to pass that on. Me and Joe become good friends through this. He's got a great team with him. Jason and Katets, I mean, they're great people, and everybody's on the same page. So it's just going to not do anything but get better and better. So, and we'll evolve, and we're just going to get more and more tools and things to help you. And it's just, I mean, we're all in this. You know, I don't want to use the stupid COVID slang that we're in this together, but we sort of are. You know, I mean, like, I hate everything that has to do with that, but still, it's a pretty good slogan. I mean, we are in this together, and we're here to help you.
As long as you don't ask us to put on a mask or anything, we're good.
Yeah, you know. But I think you'll do real well. And I mean, if there's any other questions, feel free to give us a call, email, whatever you need to do. Again, we're here to definitely help you out with anything.
Sounds good. I will.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, and everybody else, Jason, Tetsa, Joe. Every bit of this is good. It's good. It's great. You know, just feedback, learning. I mean, It is. God is good. So
Yeah, and so what we're gonna do, I'm gonna see if I can introduce you to AI Blake. You know, I can't wait.
oh, right. me too.
I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna try.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah. it's
Well,
gonna be
good.
awesome.
Well, guys, again, thank y'all very much.
All right. Take care, guys.
Yeah, everybody take care. And we'll talk to you later, Callie.
You guys have a good
Yeah.
day.
Yeah,
All
you
right.
guys
You
too.
too.
Appreciate you.
You're
Absolutely.
very welcome.
I do.
We'll talk
Yeah,
Definitely
if you have any
appreciate
questions,
you.
just
Welcome.
feel
Welcome
free
to
to call
the
and
family.
text.
Sounds good.
My lord.
Okay. Well, y'all have a great day.
Yeah, you
Thank
too.
y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Blake, are you there? Oh, sorry. All right. Bye.